Yes, it has.
All right. Well, may we escort you to where are you going?
Well, I was going to seek audience with Lady Tamara.
Okay. Okay. Um, you know, he's kind of looking around. I think we should put some guards on the pier. Um, if that's all right with you.
That is more than all right with me.
All right.
You
All right.
should
This
know
way.
you should know, however, that we do have guards on the boat, and that their instructions are not to let anybody on. So guarding the pier is wonderful, and we think that's a great idea, and I appreciate your initiative, but we don't want any confusion or
Understood.
such.
Understood. Um, uh, yeah. We don't. Yeah. There appears to be a lot of interest. He's looking at the crowd.
He's a unique
Yeah.
ship.
Indeed, indeed. I think we're just gonna cordon the whole thing off. Um, and in fact, we're gonna put some guards on either side as well. Just you know, just to be
Yep. Your
extra
your
careful.
your prudence is appreciated.
So when you follow him to the end of the pier, he'll speak with the sergeant there and give him instructions that he wants two guards to um, uh, well, yeah, they're gonna they're gonna take the whole pier. All right, so yeah, nobody gets past this point without permission. Um, aside the um, company excluded here. And yeah, let's put a guard on either on the other two piers, either side. Just yeah, we don't want anybody.
Wes,
Mm-hmm.
why don't you take the good captain here and introduce him to Captain Krim? Just so that there's no confusion. The last thing I want is for our guards to fight their guards.
Absolutely not. Let's do that.
Okay, so the two of you or the party?
um,
If anyone wants to
I
tag along,
yeah, I mean this is just going to be a quick conversation. So,
Yep. All right.
um,
So you go back and
Captain
introduce the
Krim, this is
captain
Captain So
here
and So.
to.
Captain So So is Captain Krim. She's the head guard on our ship here. Captain Krim, this captain is maintaining guard on the pier itself, just so that you two know what each other are doing.
Okay. Yeah, she'll put the plank back out and she'll come off the boat so that he doesn't get to come on.
that that's fine. I
And yeah, she's pleasure to meet you. Looks like we'll be working together. Just so you know, my instructions are that no one comes aboard without the express permission of and she uses your title.
because she's smart. So, cool. So that's all I was looking for. The last thing we want is friendly fire.
All right. So with the security of the ship presumably now you're you make your way to the castle. Um, as you pass through the crowd, everyone can roll a percentile.
Just a straight percentile.
Mm-hmm.
Odd 8.
Oh wow. Who got the odd eight?
That would be Raymond.
Wow. Okay. So Raymond, actually,
Gets a check mark on his power.
You wish.
no, but you do get a check mark on your scan. I believe that's probably a special, so you get the
I
special.
already have a special check mark. Thank you.
Oh.
It's been a while since we've gotten to roll them.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So as Wes passes a nondescript looking dock worker, you see a knife appear in the person's hands, and he goes to attack Wes. What are you gonna do?
I leap between Wes and the assailant. Begone, you foul assassin!
Okay. All right. I leap between. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're going to use a seldom used rule, which is the kind of the reverse of dodge. So you're going to roll your dodge. If you are successful, you will successfully intervene between Wes and the assailant.
Let's see. How much do I lose for that? 35. Damn.
Well, why do you lose 35?
Chainmail.
Oh, yeah.
It is
Wow,
successful.
Oh my God, really?
Yep.
Oh, all right.
It was a 50-50.
Okay, well, um, I think I'm going to roll a d10 for location. He's not aiming for Wes's legs.
Right.
Okay, so
Well, that would be a cold
11.
shot then.
Yeah, kinda. What's a 10? Anybody know what 10 is for location?
Standard
Hurry up.
abdomen.
All right.
But if you're doing as in a D10 plus 10, that'd be a 20, which would be the head.
I rolled a 1
Oh, okay.
plus 10 would be
So
11.
that's an 11.
Let's see.
Abdomen.
So he hits you in the abdomen. What armor do you have there?
Chain.
How many points?
11.
Okay. What is your constitution?
15.
Okay. Roll a percentile.
Con times what?
This is a resistance roll. It's not con times
Oh, okay.
anything.
29.
Oh, you dog. All right. All right. So you take 17 points of damage to the abdomen.
17?
That armor resists.
Yes.
Holy.
It doesn't matter. I still go down.
So you lose all of the abdomen hit points,
Yes.
or did that kill you
No.
I have 11 armor and 5 hit points.
in the abdomen? You got
In the
more than
abdomen.
hit points. Okay.
Right.
All right.
So
So an abdomen hit, you're gonna lose the use of your legs.
I fall
So-
down.
Yeah. Okay. Oof. So Wes, you hear somebody go oof behind you, and there's
No, I said begone, foul assassin.
Oh, you did.
That's right,
yes,
he did.
You did. All right. So turning, you can all see there's a a dock worker holding a bloody knife over Raymond.
Grab him!
Statements of intent.
Hold kind.
Yeah,
Hold
I'm
kind.
grabbing him. Hold kind.
I'm
Okay.
bleeding out.
Well, when in Rome, I pull my dagger, look at Raymond.
You gonna stab Wes?
No, he's gonna come over and stab Raymond because I've been such a killjoy this week.
Yeah, that's
To
what I was
stab Raymond again, like you get what you deserve. Gah.
that's what I was implying. But I will apply first aid
On the knife?
on Raymond.
You
The
pull out a
poor knife.
knife and I
Apply first
do
aid.
first aid on Raymond.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
No. All right.
No.
The comment about when in Rome and stabbing Raymond was fun, but having Raymond die would be fucking awful. So first aid.
Okay. So you're going to leap to first aid, and Hjalmar, what are you doing?
I'm gonna grapple the assailant.
Oh, look at you. Straight to not even going for a weapon. That's awesome.
Mm-mm.
All right. So that's a grapple. Wes, what are you doing?
Hold kind.
Hold kind. All right. In the meantime, so everybody is moving back, and all of the guards are readying weapons, except for those who have the halberds out. So let's see, there's two further back, and there's two here. Okay, so those two are going to step forward and attack. So you'll oh, wait, there's the guard, the captain. Okay. All right, I know what the captain's doing. How quick is your hold time gonna go?
Strike rank 3.
Okay, you'll be first. All right, roll it.
Regular success. How come there's so many numbers? There it goes.
Okay. I believe this is gonna be a power versus power.
It is.
Okay, roll.
Although my power sucks now. What is it? Oh, it's back up decently. It's 14.
Okay.
Oh, damn. 95.
That will not work.
No.
All right. The commander quick draws his sword and
Oh.
swings at the guy. So he has no ready time. But he goes in like 4 or 5, somewhere in there. And he hits, but it's not a special. So, okay. Bad guy dodges the commander's swing, and he counters by attacking West again. And he hits. All right.
Does he?
And maybe, I don't know, does he?
Damn, he does. I missed my dodge.
Okay. All right.
Is it a thrust or a slash?
This is a flash.
Okay, roll.
Yeah. He's going to hit location 9.
Abdomen.
He did an aim shot earlier, but that was interrupted. So now he's just trying to hit you. Okay, he does 10 points of damage to your abdomen. Does that get through?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, how much?
A lot, because he's not armored up.
All right. Ow!
Yeah.
That's going to probably put you down, isn't it? So,
Yeah,
but
well.
you also need to make a save.
Yeah, just a second. 10 points, right?
10 points, yep.
Okay. So it puts me at -3 in the abdomen, so I'll go down. And con you asked for?
I did.
15.
What's your con? All right, roll it.
$45.
That is not good enough. All right, Wes starts convulsing, and foaming at the mouth. You are incapacitated. Ouch. Okay, halberd number 1 hits. Halberd number 2 also hits. You know how much a halberd does offhand?
3d6.
Ow! Plus strength.
Or 2d6 plus 2. It's one of the two. I've got
Oh
the
my
chart
God.
here somewhere. Hold on.
14. It's gonna hit him in the leg. That's gonna take his leg out. And the other guy.
Yeah, 3d6.
12, 13 points. And he gets him in the. Oh my God, he hits him in the head for 13 points of damage. He's dead. So the one guy hit him for 15 points in the leg, drops his leg, and then the other guy steps up and hits him in the head, and he goes down. Wow. Okay. The commander is like, holy shit. I think can we pause here? The cats are driving me nuts. I'll be right back as Wes convulses and bleeds out on the
It's a
ground.
good cliffhanger.
Are we all here?
Yep.
Yep.
Aiden.
Yeah, I'm here. Hello?
I can
Okay.
hear you.
Oh, okay.
I was just confirming that everyone was present before carrying on. Right.
Right. So I'm unconscious. Wes has rabies. What are the
Why are
rest of
you
you doing?
unconscious? Why are you unconscious?
Because I went to. Well, technically, I guess I'm not unconscious. I'm just like moaning and clutching my gut.
Yes. Just so.
Same.
Except you are
Foaming at the mouth.
foaming
All
at
right.
the mouth, which it technically isn't unconscious, but
I am going to attempt to cast a what's the name of that stupid
Mass heal
spell?
wound.
So that would be cool. A healing one on myself,
okay.
and then as quickly as I can after that, I'm going to cast poison purification on Wes.
Okay. So if I remember correctly, that initiates a resistance to the poison, right? And as I recall,
Yeah.
there's a bonus.
Hold on a sec. I'll uh neutralize any one poison in the system of one target. You're
It's
thinking of poison resistance.
oh, this is different.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think it still gets to fight back, but yeah, I don't think anything's automatic like that. Right. So you succeed in casting the spell. Roll a percentile.
Okay.
And what is your power?
14.
Okay.
Yeah, 14.
Roll.
Oops. Sorry. Ah, 75 is probably not going to be enough.
Probably not. It is still working on him.
Well, before I forget. Whoops. Dang it. Why don't you do what I tell you to? How do I get it to actually roll the dice? All right. Anyway, I will do so again.
Okay.
I will keep doing this until it works,
Or you run out of power.
or I run out of power. But that's a 22.
That's good enough. All right. You successfully neutralize the poison on the second round. Damage will remain. I take it you're going to heal him now.
Yeah, I'm trying to heal myself first.
Okay.
And
So
it's
in the
not.
meantime, the guards are not being idle. The perimeter is established. Trim comes running
Why
down
is
the
it doing
pier
that? That's so weird.
and
All right, fine.
doing what?
I'm trying to get it to roll a d4, and it's being difficult. All right, so
All those D20s.
that's mine. Yeah, that's what all those d20s were. So I've used 1, 2, 3. I'll do the high-powered stuff on Wes because he's looking like he's really hurt.
Yes, he is. In fact, he's going pale.
There, have 9.
Okay. All right. Well, you won't die.
That's all of it.
So,
Unless
no.
the effects from the poison, do they inflict damage or just effects?
Both. So, yeah, poisons are. They've got like 3 characteristics. What characteristics they attack, how quickly they attack it, and the damage that they do. And there are variants in all of those. In any case, and secondary effects like paralysis and damage, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so but the amount of damage is related to how quickly it, how many times it gets to attack, so to speak.
Okay.
And so so the effects occur, and then there's X number of rounds from that point before additional damage might be done. So very expensive poisons are rapid.
Mm-hmm.
This apparently is not one of those. Thank God. But in any case, um, the 9 points. Uh, let's see. So the poison is neutralized, so you're no longer foaming at the mouth. The healing will stop you from dying, but you are not conscious. So Raymond, you can tell that, yeah, there's more damage than what is obvious.
I'm gonna look at the guard captain and say, he, as far as I can tell, he's stable. Let's get him somewhere secure, and then I can work on it.
Okay, Roger that. In the meantime, Prim has arrived and she's assessing the situation, and um, he says to the actually, um, so let's see if she makes her listen roll. Okay, she makes her listen roll, so she hears what you say to the captain. All right, so she's just going to join the train of events. She has her sword out, and looks like she's not going to put that away anytime soon. Okay, so she falls in with the entourage.
All right, I'm making a human lore check. I'll explain it in a second.
Okay. In the meantime, the commander has gotten a. They're going to make a travois with some. Actually, there's It's probably a stretcher that they can get not too far away. You know, people get hurt on the pier. I'm sure there's some people moving stuff nearby. So that will be acquired. Wes will be put on the stretcher, and a couple of actually, Grim's not going to want any dock workers nearby. So yes, she's going to say no to that. The commander's like he's pointing to a couple of dock workers and is instructing them to pick Wes up. And Krim says, "I don't think so." Um, and she's going to point to a couple of guards and say, "You and you."
I'll offer to help carry.
No, you're going to stand guard too. She
Okay.
says. All right. Yeah, she's going to put the kibosh on
All right. So my
non-guards.
question is Krim doing this out of a professional need or a personal need?
What's your psychology?
My human lore is 48 and I got a 35, so I have a basic success.
Maybe a bit of both.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just curious. We tease Wes about it enough, so
Yeah. Okay.
I'm
All right.
willing to let the professional security people deal with the professional security, since I just drained half of my my power almost.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, the captain isn't gonna he can actually. Yeah, he's not gonna you can see that he was sort of playing with the idea of who the hell are you to tell me what we're doing or not doing, and he decides to back down from that.
Okay.
All right, this way. So he leads the party to the castle. In the meantime, as you're approaching the castle, uh, the alarm has been sounded and the troops are arriving. So this is pretty impressive. Um, there's like 10 guys. Um, three are going to have crossbows. Uh, another three are going to have pole arms, probably halberds, so with the pointy top, right? The axe and the pointy part, and the hook part. Um, and three are going to have sword and shield, and then there's one commander, one leader. And yeah, these guys are the ready response guards. They come marching this way. Actually, not marching. They're like full out running. Um, and they will intercept. Get the quick rundown on. Oh, what are we doing with the body? We all kind of forgot about the body, didn't we?
I'm assuming that we're taking it with us, but again, I'm deferring to the captain. Krim is doing her own thing, and I'm staying out of that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the captain.
But I think we should take it with us. There might be valuable information about who sent the assassin.
Yeah, no, but we'll put a guard over him. So we'll retcon that part. So,
Okay,
yeah, we should take the body. I don't think so. Let's put a guard on him. All right,
okay, that's fine.
and off we go. All right.
You're the
So,
pro.
uh, okay. So the guard is going to intercept. So as you're going up, they're coming down. The commander will give a terse and succinct report. The new guy is going to take overall command, and he's going to send his 3 guys, one of the crossbowmen, one of the halberd guys, and one of the shield guys down to the pier to take uh, take command of that situation down there. In the meantime, everybody else is going to make their way to the temple, the healers. So that's not the temple in town. That's the temple here in the keep.
Okay.
All right. So you will arrive there. Actually, they're going to send somebody ahead. Probably one of the sword guys. He's going to run ahead with instructions to have somebody standing by to care for the injured. Um, okay. So, in fact, um, a priest, as you make your way up to the castle, a priest with that guard will, so he has to run ahead. The priest is going to collect his stuff and he'll then come toward you guys. So you meet somewhere in the middle, not in the middle, but more toward the castle proper. Um, so as you're probably aware, castles are defensive structures, right? So there's lots of goings back and forth to actually get into the keep itself.
Right.
Uh, there's no sort of straight line, so it's further to go than you might think. It's, so anyway, there's a lot of that going on, and several gates that you have to go through. Of course, those will be open at this point. Okay. In any case, the priest is going to make his way toward you guys, and will intercept somewhere in there as well. Um, and he wants to assess what's going on. Okay.
Which flavor is he?
Sylvanus.
Okay. There you go, Yalmar.
Okay. So this guy um, quickly assesses the situation, realizes that, oh, he's been poisoned, but it looks like this has been taken care of. And he will take note. Raymond, roll percentile.
Yeah. Just a straight percentile.
Mm-hmm.
I can do that. 44.
Okay. You will recognize this gentleman. Probably don't know him personally, but as you're a person of the cloth in the priesthood, you certainly have seen him in probably not in this capacity, but at the temple in the city of Telgar. Um, so
At,
you,
at,
you,
at one of our clerical networking meetings, yeah.
yes, exactly. Okay. And you do know that he is um, well respected in the priesthood.
Okay. I can have confidence in his competence.
Yes. Okay. So he assesses the um, injuries and determines that.
And
How are you in
I
need of
tell
further
I
healing?
I tell him what I did. Um, yeah, and I just wanted to make sure that we were in a secure location before we finished. I am healed up.
Okay. All right. Looks like Westland here needs a little further assistance. Go ahead and take care of that. Okay, so he applies some healing, and Wes is out of immediate. Wes, go ahead and roll con times 3 to wake up.
Alrighty. No.
Okay, Wes remains unconscious even after having been healed. And right, let's put
I'd
him in
want to sleep this off too. I respect that.
Okay, you make your way into the temple here in the castle, and a room is set aside for, well, I'm sure there's actually a Kyurgery. Is that what they're called?
Kyurgen?
Well,
Or the
he is kind
place?
of a
Or
Kyurgen,
person?
a place.
Yeah,
Not a person,
Kyurgery
a
would be a place.
Kyurgery. Yeah. That how anyway. All right. But yeah, you're taken to the healing ward. How about that?
There we go.
The infirmary.
The infirmary. Oh. Okay. Um right. Um yeah. Grim's probably gonna have a problem with that too. She says, I want a private room. Um,
I'll stand guard over him.
yeah, well, make room. But yeah, this is too exposed. We need a more secure uh spot.
Um,
So they will accommodate that. Um, yeah, they nobody seems to be challenging her. Um, which is to
uh,
say nobody's fumbled their. Who the hell are you, Roll?
Oh, there's that paladin presence thing too, right?
There is. She's not really invoking it, kind of.
Kind of, at least on purpose.
Well, there is this big two-handed sword with Lorath's symbols on it.
No, that's
So
true. Yeah.
it's like, no, I think we should do something different, and this is what I think it should be. Okay, sure, let's do that. So, yeah. Anyway, they will instead of the infirmary ward, I'm sure there are rooms. Uh, yeah, that they'll find a room that they can put you in. Um, okay, so she's gonna stand guard right there. The captain will post two of the guards outside the doors, and he's gonna make his way to go report to his commander.
I'm gonna lean over to Yalmar and say I think he's the most well guarded person in Telgar.
Wes's?
Well, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know if Lady Tamara has that many guards.
She probably does.
The whole castle is her guard.
Yeah, like she's
So,
got.
I mean,
Yeah, and we saw how effective that was.
well, yeah, there's a lot of unhappy people at the moment. Or well,
This,
at
this,
but there'll be more shortly.
this let us just say that this is extremely embarrassing for some people.
Exactly. That is
Um,
exactly
if
right.
if the Jarl invited you into his home and something like this happened, that would be an insult to the Jarl, correct?
It would.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. So no, I'm talking to Yalmar.
Oh,
Yeah.
So by the same token, this is a personal affront to Lady Tamara.
Uh,
So yes, everybody is all riled up about this because it's extremely embarrassing.
okay. Okay.
But you know, Wes is going to be fine. It's going to take him a little bit of time to wake up, but
Okay,
yeah,
as you're
it's
trailing off with that sentence, there's a commotion in the outside. What are you gonna do?
in the outside.
Sorry. So you're in the room with Wes, having a little
Okay.
chat, right? I presume everybody's there. It's
Sure.
like sort of this just
Brent's
happened.
been awful
So we're
quiet,
all
but I assume he's with us.
Yes, he is.
okay. Not hearing to the contrary. So yep, all right. So yes, you can hear through the door that there's some sort of commotion out there.
Um, I'll stick my head out
Okay.
carefully. I've already
Okay.
died once.
Nearly. It's not quite the same.
Not quite the same. It's not like
Right.
putting an arrow through your head. So
Yeah. Um, so yeah, you'll recognize Lady Tamara has come into the ward and she's
Ooh.
making her way she sees you poking your head out and yeah,
I I will look back and say, Lady Tamara's coming.
Ooh.
Right. I wanted to get that out of your system now before she got here.
Like right now?
Switch to hide.
Crap. Where do I?
I will
I'll just get on my knee.
I will fully step out into the hall.
okay.
Um, do the proper. I forget what the proper clerical genuflection is at this point.
It, it's a bow. You
Well,
would bow to her.
sometimes the clergy has special rules. So,
Oh,
um,
that's true. But
whatever it
yeah,
is, Lady Tamara, what a pleasant surprise. Not
I
under the circumstances, but nonetheless, it is good to see you.
and she
Wesleyan
will.
is.
Yes.
Go ahead. You were saying she was going to do something.
She's gonna lay her hand on your shoulder and ask how he is.
I was about to say, he is stable. The poison has been removed from his system. The wounds have been healed. He's resting, unconscious at the moment. But it should be just a matter of time before he regains consciousness. You know, the gods have smiled upon him today.
Um, roll up percentile for me, please.
28.
Okay. So, oh man. All right. Um, have I told you that uh, uh Tamara has an orb that floats around
Her head.
No,
her head?
you have not mentioned this.
Okay. Um, yeah. So she has an orb that floats around her head. It's not like an ion stone.
It's
It's
not.
larger than it's not an ion stone.
Oh.
It's larger than that.
Oh.
Um, it's not quite as big as a crystal ball, but that's a close sort of approximation. And it's not like at eye level. It's above her head and kind of
Okay.
orbits around, right?
Okay.
Um, and it seems to be crystalline. Um, but it has a slight red glow to it at the moment. And um, how to put this? All right. Um, so you, in your capacity as a Far Horizons character, recognize that that is actually a Forerunner artifact.
Okay.
You don't know much detail about what they are, but you do know that there's a Carillion governor who has one. There are pictures of him with the orb floating around his head.
Hmm.
It's a
From
smartwatch.
It's a
it's
unique
a
artifact.
smartwatch.
I mean, it's a unique artifact.
Well, I
Or
think
is
anything associated with
oh right,
Forerunner falls
you
into
said it
that.
was for you said it was Forerunner. Sorry.
Yeah,
Do I know anything about what it does?
I don't think anybody has a lot of detail on what
I-
specifically.
Except for Lady Tamara, of course.
Well, and a Carillion commander that has one. I mean,
Who may
there.
be the same person.
True.
Ooh,
Just saying.
Um,
haven't seen them in a room together.
that's right. I mean, that there is some information, like for instance, everybody knows that grav drives were found, at least in the context of Earth, were found on Mars, and it was the discovery of this ancient Forerunner spaceship that they were able to um, backward engineer to understand how grav drives work. Right, that's where grav drive
Okay.
technology comes from. That's where, in that same ship, blasters or something like a blaster was found. And again, backward engineering uh, gets us to blast pistols, blast weapons. Right, so uh, Forerunner, or I'm sorry, Far Horizon's technological levels all come from, but not all, but that impetus to the stars comes
Right.
from that. So when you ask, well, you know, where did this come from? So I could give you the name of a planet and an
That
archaeological dig,
yeah.
and but that's not particularly relevant to what does it do? Well, the people who know specific information aren't going to tell anybody. It's
Yeah. Yeah.
like we
Um
found the mask of Tutankhamun. It's made of gold and it's got gems in
it
it.
it
And
does it actually does not surprise me that of all people Lady Tamara has a Forerunner artifact. Um
well, it's referred to as an imperial orb in the Elderath context.
right.
It's a recognition of her station in part. Um, but yeah, nobody knows what it does. What does it do? It floats around her head and looks
It
cool.
it looks cool and it signifies that I'm in charge around here. Um it would be impolite to
Hey, that's
stare.
a Forerunner artifact. That's
Yeah.
cool. Where'd
So
you get it?
I will make a note of this and I will move on.
Okay,
Um
very good.
so what is her reaction when I say all of this?
Well, the red part of the globe fades, and she says, "That is well. It is good that you were present."
It's a
Um,
giant mood ring. Oh my god. Um
that
I
was
I
the Nova Gun switch turning off.
um while I well I doubt Wesleyan would be very good company at the moment. Would you like to see him?
I would, I would indeed.
And
Uh,
please. And while this
she,
particular
she,
visit has gotten off on a poor foot, thank you for your hospitality.
we are delighted to have you all back in Telgar. She peers into the room and, well, I can see that it's a bit crowded in there.
Yes. You have
I
met Runt, I believe. Um
yes,
and the larger gentleman here is Yalmar, who um we picked up while we were in Kars. He is a
I see.
very stout fighter, has been a valuable addition for us.
It is a pleasure to meet you, my lady.
Delighted.
I'll
Be
bow
sure.
and everything.
And who is this? She looks at Krim.
Oh, that's right. I forgot Krim was here. This is Captain Krim. Captain Krim is a guard that we brought with us. I'm assuming she has her Paladin investments, so it screams I'm Lorathian.
Yeah, it does.
So
And you can see that, in fact, Tamara is appraising her carefully. Yeah. And she says, I can see that Wes is in good hands as she surveys everyone. And she will turn to you, Raymond, and say, I am entrusting you with my cousin's well-being.
I will make every effort in that regard.
Very
I
well.
know that he was looking forward to speaking with you.
In due time. Russ.
Is there a way that I can send word when he regains consciousness?
Yes, of course. Any of the staff here will be able to convey a message.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you again for your hospitality, my lady.
All right. She seems more relaxed than when she first came in. And she departs. And shortly after she departs, a page will come in and seek out Raymond. Raymond, is there a Raymond here?
I am he, son. What can I do for you?
I've been instructed to carry any communications that are required to the court.
I smile at him and say, "Excellent. As you can tell, the room is fairly crowded. Where is the
It
best place
is.
I can find you?"
Here. He goes and gets a chair.
I smile and shake my head a little bit. Um,
I will be here for
Cap-
any needs or requirements your party
I
may have.
I look at Captain Krim and I say, "I'm very glad that you insisted on a separate room at this point." Um, Wes, why
All
don't you
right.
hurry up and regain consciousness so we can all get out of this crowded room?
No.
Go ahead and make your con roll.
I feel like a
1
clown in a
second.
Volkswagen.
How many clowns? Because I'm
Well,
sure
let's
it's
see. One,
Always one
1.
two.
more. Oh, dang. That's a critical
Oh,
success.
All right. You wake up.
Oh. Where am I? What happened?
Wes, you just missed her.
Miss who?
Lady Tamara.
Oh.
She came down, and I swear to God, she was actually worried about you.
She does that.
dude, it was so cool. She had this thing floating around her head.
A thing? Ooh,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
an
yeah,
ion
yeah,
stone?
What?
It's okay. Wes
Oh,
doesn't know what an ion stone is either.
I lean forward. I lean forward, and I whisper in his ear, "It's a forerunner."
Really?
Yeah.
So you
What are you
can
guys
roll
whispering about?
against your archaeology. I think you've got archaeology, don't you?
I don't believe there'd be an actual archaeology skill so much as
No.
it was a result of all my stuff.
Uh,
Unless you mean comparative cultures or historical
Yes.
science?
Historical sciences.
Xeno? Xenology?
Xenology.
Yeah.
The study of. That's probably the most accurate one.
That's a regular success.
Okay. Yeah. So Raymond mentions the Imperial Orb, and you hadn't thought about it for all these many years,
Of course.
but your other part of your brain sort of kicks in and goes, "Holy shit!" Yeah, Raymond's right. It's a Forerunner artifact.
Well, he hasn't talked to her since he became Dylan, so
That's
that kind
right.
of makes sense.
Yeah,
So,
you both would have rolled when you first saw her, but here we are.
I look at the page
Oh,
and say, "You should."
Runt also. I'm sorry. We shouldn't leave Runt out of this. He's also
Yeah.
woke up. You can roll Runt.
I look at the page, by the way, while Runt rolls. You should let Lady Tamara know that Wesleyan's awake.
46.
All right. I don't know that you've got any specific skills that would relate to.
I agree. I don't think I'd have any kind of tie into Forerunner or anything.
Yeah. I mean, there's. We all are fed information, right? Like we read news articles and stuff like that. So, stuff pops up, but I don't think that roll's quite good enough to
Yeah.
sort of
I mean,
pick that
just
piece
like
out.
you say, hey, this is a Forerunner artifact, and it's kind of like, well, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinct magic for lower tech people. So sure.
That's true. Arthur C. Clarke. All right. The page will run off.
She just left. Someone runs to get her. Bring her ass back.
So, quick update. There was a brief scuffle. The assassin was killed. Halberds do a shitload of damage.
Dude, you should see that guy's head. Holy! I didn't even get to him. I couldn't even grab him. The guard just chopped him off.
You were brought here to the castle. Commander Krim has been rather instrumental in making sure that you have a care appropriate to your station.
She is sheathing the sword at this point, and she
This was
has
a missed
kind of
opportunity.
she has a bit of a frowny face as she's looking at Wes.
I look at her and say, none of this was his fault. It's not like he did something stupid here.
Like walk into a crowd
You
of
should
people
all
and
be
he's
more
been...
careful.
Apparently, we should.
All right. Having gotten that off her chest, she kind of relaxes a bit.
Yeah, if I was armored up, I wouldn't have taken so much damage.
So, I'm working under the assumption that Lady Tamara is either going to come here or send for us in the next hour or two. Just to make sure that you're okay.
Okay.
I mean, for some strange reason, apparently she likes you.
She does. I know. It's weird.
So.
Well, you're her family, right?
Well, sort
Family
of.
cares
I
about
mean,
family.
distant.
I look over at Yalmer and say it was a joke.
Oh.
So you might want to get ready. Get some rest, but whatever you need to do to make yourself pretty for court, you probably want to do.
So, Brian, you suspect that she's not actually going to be coming back. You'll be summoned at some point to court.
Oh, that's what I expect too.
So, but I mean, you're more or less recovered. You can excuse yourself from the tiger jury if you wish, or you can stay here. You might find your own accommodations more comfortable.
True. And we are done recuperating.
Well, I mean, it's pretty traumatic to have a poison knife shoved into your gut. So, recovery
but magic.
Yeah, magic. If well, if somebody casts a spell magic on you right now, that could be a bad thing.
Oh, yes, that's true.
So yeah, you're held together by magic right now.
Pretty normal.
Yeah. We're all made of star stuff after all. What's the difference?
That's right.
Oh, I just meant like it's our day to day that we get eviscerated and held together by magic. And like on any given day, if someone gets to spell magic, we would just erupt in wounds.
He
Erupt into goo.
he has a point.
At least there's no magic that dispels human function. Because if they did that, you could just open all of your scars. You know, like scurvy.
Mhm.
That's an active process. So they just
That
turn that process off. You're just gonna open up.
that magic's called swords.
Yeah.
And magical swords are even better at it. All right. What are we doing?
Let me gather up my gear and how close is my place to the castle?
Well, it's north into the other district. Um, where's that map? Do we need to get that map out?
I don't think we need to. I'm just concerned about distance, his condition.
Well,
I'm guessing we can get a carriage.
you could.
Let's do that because Wes has got to clean up and get dressed if he's going to go see Lady Tamara.
Yeah, that wouldn't be expected to. Yeah. Okay. So you want to summon a coach to
Yes.
take you to the a taxi. Call the taxi the Uber.
The
All right.
Uber.
We Uber to your apartment. Yeah.
Yes.
We tell the infirmary that Wesleyan is returning to his quarters, so that when the page comes back, he knows where to go.
Very good.
Do you have to like pay for this, or are these just like you own the taxi?
No, we pay for it. I've got it.
So I think Frim is gonna stay with you based on that particular role. You
Who?
obviously can't trust Prim.
Oh, okay.
He's not going back to the boat right away. He's like, I think I just might stick around a little bit just to make sure everything's okay. Yeah, that's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. All right. So you make your way out of the castle to your apartment. All right. When you arrive at your apartment, there are 3 guards there. One of them will open the carriage for you, and their sergeant will introduce himself and say that Sir Michael has ordered security for or guards for your person. Um, where would you like us?
Where would you feel most comfortable?
The flaming sands, my lord.
Would Sir Michael appreciate that?
No, he would not.
Yes. I don't need you standing out in the streets, but I don't need you in my bedroom.
Very
So
good.
any place you feel is appropriate that will keep Sir Michael happy.
Right. Um, well, perhaps one or maybe 2 of us inside and one of us on patrol on the streets out here, and we'll just work in shifts.
Sounds perfect.
Very well. All right. Well, good to have you back in town.
It's actually kind of nice to be back. And I'll look
Okay.
down
You
at
make
the nasty clothes I've been wearing for the last umpteen months.
Uh, right. Well, they make themselves scarce.
Okay. Good to go. Well, I'll go inside. I'll show people around. And
Okay.
clean up and get dressed.
So, has Runt or Raymond ever been here before?
No.
Okay. All right. So, how to describe? So, think of this as a townhome.
Yep.
You're in the um, so there are several districts in Telgar, right? Some of them you probably know pretty well, others not so well. This is one of those areas that you really don't know very well because your opportunities to connect or be in this sort of environment is really pretty limited, with the exception of Raymond. But I don't know that Raymond was ever invited over to, uh,
Wes
someone who.
Wes always said it was too messy for company.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So in any case, yeah, this is like a townhome. There's 3 floors, stairs connecting, several rooms of different purposes, right? Kitchen, bedrooms upstairs, um, a space for entertaining, um, and it is all very well appointed. So nice draperies. The furniture is um, silks and fabrics and leather, nicer leather, of course. Um, and there are various. Um, Actually, I don't know to what extent you've um, appointed the house with the various coat of arms associated with the family. So,
Not a whole
oh,
lot, but there'll be some.
yeah, okay. So, yeah, so some of that. Um, oh, there's an armoring stand with, I think, the armor that you left behind here. Um,
The chain and great helm, yeah.
yeah, so the heavy stuff. I think the lance. There's some lances here as
Yeah.
well. So there's sundry stuff like that. Um, there is a maid service that comes and takes care of things. So it's not as if there's dust and debris and you know crap all over the place. It's
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 being taken care of by the steward.
yeah. Okay. So everybody got a handle on that?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. So you settle in. Oh, there isn't any food though. And the ice box doesn't have any ice in it.
Um, I will clean up as best I can.
Okay. Um, so boil water and
Yep.
or are you gonna call the
Actually, how far is he from here to the Church of Lorath?
you mean Sylvanus?
There's no Church of Lorath here at all.
In the temple of Sylvanus there is.
Fine. That works.
So yeah, that's on the other side of town. So when you
All
say
right, then
how far,
I'll just do it here. Yeah.
okay.
I don't have time to go over there and clean up over there.
Yeah. All right. All right. So normally, Wes, you would have the servants come and prepare baths and things. Are you going to do that?
That's just thinking. Is there a way to contact servants if they're not actually here?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll get things running. I'm back in town.
Okay. All right. All right. So you get that started up, and about an hour later, um, the staff will arrive and start taking care of things. So that means getting an ice in the ice box, and
Mm-hmm.
food, and all of that stuff. And of course, drawing a bath. And it probably means everybody, right? so they're going to be very busy.
Yes, they will be.
All right. So yeah, this is how the
Other
other
half lives.
people live.
The 8%ers.
This is lavish.
It is. That's what you get when you roll crazy. All right. So with the comforts and amenities taken care of, it is actually pretty comfortable here. Um, the beds are pretty nice. All right. In fact, it's probably better than, except for the Far Horizons people. Okay. So as far as Krim and Kalmar are concerned, you've had no idea what this is even like. There, you,
Yeah.
there's no
Reference.
there's no references. There's no concept of yeah these kinds of luxuries. All right. Okay, so
What?
we relax.
Yeah. While we're
Yeah.
waiting though for the servants and stuff, Wes will go see his horse.
Okay, that's
Is that
probably
that?
stabled back at the.
Oh, that far away?
Well, it's not going to be right here. It's going to be in the stables, the castle stables.
Oh, okay. When he gets a chance, though, he'll go see him.
Yeah, of course. Okay. All right. Okay, so we settle in and get some well-deserved, well, maybe not deserved, but rest. Food's not an issue anymore. That is being prepared by the staff. So you will eat very well that evening. Um, mhm.
Wes,
Mm-hmm.
are you going to need to get Krim some formal attire?
We should do that, yes.
I doubt that she packed any with her.
Not like that. True.
She's got a frowny face again. What do you mean formal attire?
If we're going to have an audience with Lady Tamara,
Why are we seeing Lady Tamara again?
trust me, it's going to happen.
Um,
We're
Though
preparing for the
why?
inevitable.
the whole point of this trip was for Wes. Do you want Wes or Wesleyan while we're here? To speak with Lady Tamara about the ship. So it's gonna happen. I'm making the assumption that you are going to want to come along.
So you can see a little light bulb go off in Krim, and she looks at Wes and she says, "She called you cousin?"
Yes,
Yes, she did.
there is a reason why we're doing this here and not with the Baron and Cars.
You're the cousin of Lady She's still working through this.
I want to say, though, at some
Tamra
point in the past,
of Bloodstone.
I had mentioned something about this to her.
That may be true, but there's a difference between, oh, yeah, blah, 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 and, the actual
Lady
Lady
Tamara is
Tamra
showing up, yeah.
showing up at your doorstep and going, is my cousin okay?
True.
So, yeah, you can see that Krim is sort of digesting all of that and wasn't really thinking about it until Raymond said, do we need to get some proper attire? What do you mean proper attire? What's wrong with?
I suppose she could show up in her armor, but
I'm just gonna
we'll
look
summon a
at Wes at this
tailor
point.
to come by.
Okay. So sometime tomorrow then.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, Tamara probably doesn't mess around very much. Well, she doesn't. So, yeah, that you're going to be summoned pretty soon.
Yeah.
All right. I'm sorry, what was that, Steve? I didn't mean to cut you off if I did.
I'm sorry, I was at the edge of my headset range there, so I didn't hear much of it anyway. So
Okay.
We
In
make
fact,
enough
we'll need to
unforced
get
errors
clothes
as
for
it is.
everybody.
Yeah, when you start talking about clothes, Shelmar's gonna kind of look at you guys. My armor's not good enough?
No. That's okay.
Sorry.
We'll get somebody to make you something. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
Are you sure? I can't pay. Well, I mean, maybe
You don't
I
need to pay
can.
for
Let me-
anything. I've got it.
Okay.
Wes, can we work on the assumption then that we're not going to have a formal audience today?
At this point, probably not today. At least I hope not. That'll give us time to prepare.
Because I'm assuming that my clerical vestments would be appropriate. And I can get a clean
In that condition?
Well, and I can get a clean set at the church. But I have to go over there. So what I was going to do is after the measurements, Yelmar and I would go over to the church and I can make my connections there. They have something of mine I would like to get back while I'm here. And I'm sure Yalmar would like to advance his case for his own, shall we say, career objectives.
Oh, yes, of course, yeah.
So, yeah. So that's my plan. If that's reasonable.
I think so, but I can always get word to you if anything changes.
Okay. Yeah. I'll either be here or there.
Okay. All right. So, okay. So you put word out that you would like a tailor to come and prep clothing.
In fact, I'll need a new set too because everything I've got is probably out of date.
Okay.
That's right.
Don't fashions change every year?
Perhaps faster than that as well, but it also, there's going to be different schools on that. There's some who are going to be far more traditional, and then there's going to be those who are the avant-garde, right? They have to have the
Latest
newest,
thing.
and greatest from Zig. But of course, you know full well that whatever is latest and greatest here in Telgar from Zig is months behind Zig.
Right, yeah. We had that discussion before. I remember that.
So, yeah. So as far as you're concerned, everybody here playing that game are a bunch of posers.
True.
So I think the question is, do you play that game?
Oh, no. I'll just take whatever's the latest here. That's all I'm worried about.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I mean there are some more, I would say, conservative, tried and true styles.
Yeah,
And
Wes is definitely
then
conservative
okay,
when it
alright,
comes to that.
okay. But definitely new.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Oh, yeah. It's actually going to take a while to get all of this. What about Run?
Him too.
Him too.
Runs just kind of stunned and like really just kind of wondering why West left all of this.
Are you going to voice that, or are you just going to wonder it privately?
Um, I think it will come to a head, and there will be a point where I vocalize it. But like right now is not it. Like this is still like,
All right.
what the fuck is happening?
As
I
the
think it's the life that we've
world
lived,
whirls around him.
the life we've lived for the past like 2 years, and like what?
Okay. All right. Okay. So Wheels in Motion are um, Taylor, horse, relaxing a bit from our voyages and adventures, and Raymond and Kelmar are going to go visit the temple in Telgar. Are you going to take the coach, or are you going to hoof it?
Let's
Wes.
hoof it.
Okay.
If it's just me and you, let's hoof it.
Okay,
If Wes
that's
is there,
fine.
he can decide.
Okay.
We can walk.
We
Yalmar wants to see the town anyway.
Yeah, I want to see
All right.
everything.
There you go.
we should
I
set up.
definitely do not walk the town with them.
Oh no.
Okay. Um. So Wes, well, Raymond too. You both know that moving in and out of this particular district is not the easiest thing to do. So if you don't have business here, you, I mean, you need.
Yeah, I'll write him something.
Okay. All right.
We also need to send word to the ship to let them know that Krim is with us
All right.
and that she'll return as
Okay.
soon as she's released from duties we have here in town.
All right.
As soon as the Lord West releases her from her responsibilities.
All right. Okay. So you write them a pass for the
Yes.
gate. Okay. So that's taken care of. Okay. So you guys are going to go over to the Temple of Sylvanus. Okay. So the population of Hart is like, I don't know, 1,500 people, I think, in the town proper. Outside, it grows significantly. Um, Telgar has a population of 3 to 4,000 that live within the castle walls, and it grows significantly larger outside of town or outside the walls. So there's inner walls, there's an outer wall, and then there's the city outside the walls, right? So cars, I mean, as you're walking from the quarter that you're in, it opens onto the merchant's quarter, where this is a, well, both of these districts are affluent, right? Um, what you just came from being more affluent, and you can see that by virtue of the space around the structures, the buildings. Like the townhome that you just came from has a garden around it, and there's some fencing, and it's got its own little space, right? Well, you go into the merchant's quarter and things change. Not as much space. The things are a little bit more close together, but it is still very affluent. And it's not to say that there aren't some houses here, again, townhomes, that have space around them, like the nobles' quarter, but there are fewer of them, and walls around them, little enclaves, right? Um, and there are residential areas and there are actual market areas, shops, right? This is little cafes and things on the streets. As you move out from the merchants' quarter, and just to the north, by the way, is where the merchants' uh, way is. Going across the river, um, you go into uh, the working quarter. These are people that live on maybe a silver and a half per day, and then it kind of goes downhill from there, right? So much tighter together. Roads are smaller. Um, typical medieval town. So the temple is in the merchant's quarter, but there's a little district inside the merchant's quarter, which is the temple district. Okay.
Right.
So that's where you're headed. Now, I should also mention that the castle has its own temple, right? So, but this is where you're going. Okay, so as you approach, so that gives you an idea of what it's like for Hjalmar to walk through
Yeah,
Helgar here.
I
Um,
appreciate that. Thank you.
much, very, very different from Ladash. Similar to Kars, or yeah, to Kars, but I mean, yeah, world of difference between them. Um, you do note that people are generally friendly, smiling. They'll tip their hat as you pass, and so on. There's a considerable degree of uh, cordial behavior in both of these districts. What is Runt doing, by the way? Are you going to the temple with these guys?
No, Brent is not going
No.
out in the city. Nope.
Okay. All right. I am hiding right here in
Mm-hmm.
Wes's townhome. This is
Mm-hmm.
nice. I got a bath. I got some food.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty
Mm-hmm.
good food, by the way. All right, and catered. Okay. So you're arrive at the temple. The temple. So the temple district it has a wall around it, and inside here is a monastery in addition to the temple itself. So this is its own little city inside the city, right? So there's stables, there's blacksmith, there's everything that the the, the clergy needs for its own use. And when I say own use, I mean they have their own um, call it an army militia. They have their own guards, their own militia, and in addition to um, dormitories for uh, the faithful. Okay, so with that as a backdrop, you make your way, um, and of course, this is where the royal, or not the royal crypts, but there are crypts here. Um, okay, the royal crypts are up at the other temple. Okay, um, so you make your way. Is there something specific you were talking about, Raymond?
So first of all, we've kind of hand waved this so far. Am I actually invested as a priest of Lorath yet?
No, that particular event as a formal thing hasn't happened.
So if I show up here and I say that I'm a priest of Lorath, that would not technically be a correct statement.
I think as far as Lorath is concerned, that would not be correct. But as everybody here who knows you isn't going to
Right.
recognize.
But I'm not going to people that know me. I'm going to the Church of Sylvanus. And while I don't
Well,
give a shit about what Sylvanus thinks about the whole thing, I don't want to get jailed or something. Because, impersonating a priest is probably a pretty serious crime.
oh yeah, of course.
So should I identify myself as being of Lorath or of Math? That's my question.
Well, technically you can claim both.
Okay.
Um,
But the
so,
Mathians are going to be the people that recognize me around here.
well, that's not entirely true. I mean,
Okay.
everybody here, it's a pretty close knit community. It's
Okay.
not as if the Sylvanites hang out only with the.
Well, you never
and they
know with
don't
those
they
guys.
don't
They're all
hang out with
assholes.
those Lorathians.
Hey,
You know,
hey,
you're not one yet, so there's hope that you can reform everything.
they're not assholes.
As for the item I was referring to, there was that giant tapestry that we found while we were investigating that they were going to restore for me.
Right.
So,
That was from the moat house, wasn't it?
yes,
Yeah.
it would look really cool in our castle, don't you think?
Mm-hmm.
So my goals are, 1, to see if the tapestry's been restored yet. 2, to get a nice, clean, pretty set of vestments appropriate for Lady Tamara's court, preferably Lorathian. And 3, to let Yalmar make the introductions to the Church of Sylvanus and try to help him along his path to become a paladin so that he can betray the party appropriately.
You keep saying that it might actually happen accidentally. You don't even know.
It might happen accidentally. I'm very aware of this. I am very aware of the possibility that you might say something to somebody who doesn't need to know about it. So, yes, those are my 3 goals.
Okay. And Aiden, what is your goal here?
So I don't necessarily know what I can get out of this. So not get out of this, but what can happen from this. So his goal is to introduce himself to.
I don't know what you need to do to become an actual paladin.
See,
So.
I don't know either, but Hjalmar definitely doesn't know. So he knows that the head temple, the head of the Sylvanus order is essentially here. We've already talked about that. That Lady Tamara, Sir Michael. That this is where the power of Sylvanus, comes from, but where the House of Power is. So
That's the power. I love it. The House of Power.
Yeah, it is where a lot of this
Okay.
stuff comes from. Anyway,
So let's speak to that a little bit since there seems to be some confusion. So the church recognizes 2 types of nobility. The priests are the nobles within the church, right?
okay, yeah.
And then there's the nobility of the realm, right? The lords and ladies of nobility, not necessarily of the priesthood. Okay. So those are 2 important groups that you need to keep in mind. You can't just walk in and say, "Hey, I want to be a paladin." That's not how it works.
Oh yeah, I know, but Hjalmar doesn't necessarily know that.
So, but Raymond, you know that to become a paladin is to be wired. Um, Typically, the paladins, in fact, you only know of a handful of paladins. For Michael is one. Krim is a paladin. Um, the immediate guard around the bishop are all paladins. And they also serve as commanders of the um, temple's militia. They also, so there's three priests that travel the um,
Right. At one point, I was one of them.
so um, and they have a paladin as a guard when they travel the colony. Okay, so how do you get to be a paladin? First of all, you have to be recognized by one of those two groups, right? And when I say recognized, this is sort of saying sponsored, or another way of saying squired. So with that support, with that um, endorsement, you can be squired and start learning those uh, duties, so to speak. And uh, this is a little bit in the way of um, teaching certain etiquettes,
Hmm.
and the the paladin part comes out of that and is demonstrated in devotion to a deity. But ultimately, and Raymond certainly knows this, that part of it is a recognition on the part of the deity. So it's in a way it's sort of a similar issue that Raymond has. Technically, he's a full priest, uh, but the priesthood here doesn't know his connection to the Temple of Lorath.
Right.
So,
All they know me as is my connection to the Temple of Math.
right. And you were posted in Hamlet, and the priest at Hamlet sent you off on a mission, and you since returned here. So, and they haven't had a report from Hamlet. So, if anything, it's going to be, what are you doing here? How is your mission proceeding? What do you have to report?
Grab a seat. It's going to be a while.
So, uh, and strictly speaking, that report should be going to the priest in Hamlet, who should be reporting to Telgar. But since you've landed here, well, you can give that report to us. So, um, that's um, but the critical piece here is not what people think or recognize. It's what the deity um, chooses or accepts. Right? You're not a paladin because some priest says, "I anoint you paladin." Blah blah blah. That's
Hmm.
a title. There's no substance necessarily behind that aside from the secular authority that might come with it. An actual paladin like Krim is recognized by the deity. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So to achieve that requires devotion to and demonstration of certain attributes that are required by the deity.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's so there's sort of two scales here. One is proximity to the deity in relation to one's behavior choices, and the other is the secular side, which is the recognition on the part of um, the priesthood, if you will. But one carries significantly more weight over the other, right? You can be a paladin and not be recognized by the priesthood, for instance. And that's obviously an extraordinary circumstance where the deity comes down and says, "How you're a paladin,"
Mm-hmm.
and in you know you can then demonstrate that to the priesthood, who would you know oh, okay, you've been touched by God, yay, new paladin,
Yay, you're a
right?
paladin. Yeah. Yeah. No, that makes sense.
Okay,
You're
so
a paladin, Omar.
How much of this does Hjalmar understand?
I'm happy to explain what part of it's I know. But my question is, um, since Yalmar wants to be a paladin in the service of Sylvanus, I am assuming that Krim could not sponsor him.
no,
So it has to be someone in the Sylvanian department.
not necessarily. It has to be a noble from within the church or
Okay.
recognized by the church.
Okay. By which we all mean Lady Tamara. Um,
Not necessarily.
could Wes do it?
You could do it. Well, technically you could do it because you are a priest, even though. But and here's that wrinkle: the priesthood here doesn't acknowledge that authority in you yet.
Right. And what I'm waiting for is the whole Kars. They're like halfway heretics, aren't they?
Yeah.
Why do
Maybe
we
three
think that?
quarters.
Why do we think that?
I'm speaking out of character to be clear. Um,
Okay.
so uh, when I say, oh well, the high priestess in Kars, appointed me. Oh, Kars. Yeah. Um, is kind of the response I would halfway expect to get. But my thought process involved in all of this is, um, Yalmar needs all the experience in church politics he can get.
Crash course, baby. Let's
Of
go.
which he
So
has none, by the way.
exactly my
Literally
point.
none. The only church there is household church, and that's the book.
My point exactly. If you want to be a paladin, you have to understand how the game is played at least a little bit.
Sounds
So
awful.
it's a good field trip.
Okay.
I mean, the gods are wonderful and all, but the bottom line is that the instruments they use on Earth are still human beings.
Exactly. Yes. Very much. Okay.
So,
So again, taking this above table, the path for Kelmar to become a paladin ultimately rests on Kelmar's relationship to the deity.
of course,
Okay. So so that is the final arbiter, right? Uh, within the game context, um, you've got to 3 people, 4 that could quote unquote sponsor you into the knighthood. So as a full priest, Raymond could do it. The priest in priestess of Lorath in Tars could do it. Wes could do it. Who was the fourth? There's a fourth one. Oh, the priestess in the sunken temple could do it. So the in the immediate connections that you have, those are the 4 avenues of the path of a knight. The path of a knight leads to paladinhood, presuming that the other pieces also, fold into it.
Okay, so for
Okay.
Yalmar, this is much more of a meet and greet than anything else.
Okay.
So I'm not expecting anything out of it. On the other hand, if he walks into the temple and all of a sudden, there's cherubs singing and the light shines down, that would be cool too. You know what they say? You've got to
I
put
can't lie, that
yourself
would be awesome.
you got to put yourself in a position for opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Okay.
Walk up to the biggest statue and pray as hard as you can.
Okay. So question, Raymond, are you going to announce yourself as a priest?
Well, that was kind of my question.
Okay.
If I haven't gone through the investment ceremony, then technically I'm still a priest of math. So I think I will go with that.
Okay. All right. Done and done. Okay.
Which also means I need to pull on the appropriate vestments. But anyway, I'm assuming I can do that.
So roll a percentile for me.
39.
Okay. So this is when you wanted to roll really, really low.
I
All
didn't
right.
roll
So,
really, really low.
well, it's low, but not quite there,
Yep.
unfortunately. All right. So, you make your way into the temple. You do your genuflections before the altars as appropriate, and nothing happens. But for a brief moment, there was this tingling sensation as if someone from far away was trying to reach out to you, but it fades and goes away. Right. So from there, you make your way to your dorm, I guess. The business part of the
Yeah.
church, right?
There's got to
So
be a
you
major
want,
domo somewhere.
yeah. So we're recovering our uh, tapestry. We're here to view the tapestries. Um, and it's pretty big. You're gonna carry that where?
I honestly at this point I just wanted to know it was ready.
It is.
We can send a coach for it later.
Very good. Where would you have it delivered?
To Lord Wesleyan's residence.
Very good. Okay.
And
Expected in a couple days.
thank you. And I do need a set of clean and court appropriate vestments.
Oh, court appropriate, you say?
I apparently I hang around with a nice group of people.
Indeed. 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 Very well. Very well. Very good. All right. We will see to that. Should we have those also let's see. We'll probably have to have those tailored for you, won't we?
I would assume so.
Yeah. So you have
I've
to sit
probably put
for.
on a little weight since the last time, so
Right. Well, you'll have to sit for the tailor.
of course.
I think we can have that. We can get measurements right away, I think. Yeah, that
Excellent.
shouldn't be a problem. So yeah. Very good. Yeah, we can make all that happen. Of course, you'll have to pay for the material.
I believe that can be handled.
Okay, very good.
Um,
Mhm.
and okay, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I believe there's nothing else.
And the only other business I have is I will make a few introductions.
Okay.
Since I do know
And
a couple of people here.
okay. And so that's with Hjalmar. You're
Sure.
showing him
With
around.
yes, for Yarmar. And
Okay.
I'll ask what news from Hamlet. I mean, I haven't been there 6 months.
Yeah, I mean, things are quiet, thankfully, after all
That
the
is
chaos over there.
that is good. Um,
Yes, indeed.
this is one of those cases where no news is good news. So, um, excellent. Thank you for your time. And we look forward to seeing the new vestments. I'm certainly grateful that clerical vestments do not go with the fashion as much as noble ones do.
No, indeed.
I don't understand how they can afford it.
Um,
I
yes,
mean,
quite
green
so.
today, red tomorrow, lavender on Thursday. Um, it's so
Yes,
flighty.
yes. And certainly a waste of resources, which could otherwise go to the needy of our communities.
Yes, thank you. That's how I feel about all of this.
Okay. Hjalmar, roll a percentile for me.
Yes, sir. Low, low,
Hot,
low, 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 low.
hot one.
Dang it. 54.
Alrighty.
Not at all one.
Okay.
Nope.
No, indeed. All right. So you make the rounds of the various personages of the temple here. Um, are you going to go out of your way to find the bishop?
Yes, I would like to.
Uh, okay. So you're going together, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. So Raymond, go ahead and roll another percentile for me.
Okie dokie. 31.
Okay. So you don't have any trouble finding the bishop. He's in the gardens. It's not unlikely. Um, so there's a bit of an etiquette to approaching him. Um, he's, you know, people sort of come and go from his presence, and there's sort of an unspoken cue, if you will. Um, but you manage to present yourself appropriately. Um, he recognizes you. So this is Bishop Francis. Bishop Francis. Um,
Got it. Did I lose you? There, I
you what?
didn't. There you go. I'm sorry. I thought I lost you.
I was contemplating his
Uh,
his something. Um. So after the pleasantries, he will ask. Um. You well. He'll say you've been away for some time. I hope all is well.
We have had some challenges, but I think it would be appropriate to say that that all is well with us. The gods have smiled upon us. I wanted to take a moment to introduce you to my companion, Yalmar. Yarmar has been a valiant warrior in as a servant of the forces of good, and has wanted to explore being more connected to the gods.
Indeed.
And I thought that an opportunity to as the nobles say, press the flesh a little bit, would be worthwhile. It would be a good learning experience for him. He hails from up around Kars.
You've traveled far.
Indeed, we have.
Be welcome in our humble. The temple is not particularly humble, but it says our humble abode. You, Raymond, know that he lives a pretty austere life. But the vestments of the position are what they are, of course.
Yes.
All right. Okay, we'll give you another shot at this. You can both roll another percentile.
Okay. There we go.
Good. I'm glad you did.
Oh,
Okay.
14.
What's your power?
My power is, I believe, 14. It's 14, yep.
Okay.
So power times 1.
You can put a check mark on your power.
Sweet.
No way. No way. Sick. Yay.
And what did you roll, Raymond?
I rolled a 45.
45. Okay. Yeah, you're getting that sort of sensation that somebody's calling you, but it's fleeting. In the meantime, you can see that the bishop is looking at Halmar in an odd way.
Can I make a human lore check to try to define that a little bit more?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Did I get that right? Yeah, I got that right. Now, can I roll it? That is a basic success.
Okay. Well, you know how when how to put this? You're looking at something, but you're kind of seeing through it. It's like your attention is not wholly present, but rather focused on something else.
Okay.
So that's sort of the impression that you're getting, is that as he's gazing at Hjalmar, he's assessing something.
Okay.
And he says, he says, as he looks at Hjalmar, courage refers not only to physical bravery in battle, but, and he waits.
Isn't that the rest of the line from the phraseology on the statue?
Are you going to repeat it back to him?
Yes,
Or
I'm
are you
gonna
going to
finish
ask
it.
me to? Okay,
I'm gonna
so
finish the yeah.
this is a memory roll, since you
Okay.
didn't actually just say it, because you could
Cool.
have just read it.
True.
But since we're not doing that, you're going to rely on your memory. So roll, what, 2.5 times intelligence.
That's not there.
Okay,
Ah,
and that's probably a fumble even. Okay,
98?
so
Yeah. My
so
intelligence
he,
is 15.
So 2.5 would be a 38.
Yeah, fumbles on a 50 or lower.
Okay.
okay, so you try to respond. Oh, Raymond, you
Yeah.
could also roll a percentile.
Same roll.
Oh wait, you've actually got
That
that
remember
memory
thing.
thing.
That memory thing.
The spell.
You've got a spell that
I
lets you.
do. That's right.
You want to use that?
Well, let me see if I remember it organically first. 2.5 times, you said, right?
Yep.
So, I mean, I have almost a 50-50. Nope, I have to cast a spell. Um, it's a first level spell. It's like a cantrip. Yes, I'll cast it.
Okay. So you see that Hjalmar is stumbling with the appropriate response. What are you gonna do?
I'm going to look at Yalmar and say, "Don't you remember we saw this on the statue up in the islands?" And then I'll repeat it.
Okay, so you finish from but.
Yep.
Also, and the quote is also to the moral strength to do the right thing, even in the face of opposition. So you complete the sentence. Okay. Um, okay, so he looks at you, Raymond, and you can see that he's assessing you a little more critically than before. And he says, I recognize you, though you have not declared yourself. I will respect that reservation.
As some of the formalities were not complete, I thought it was rude to assume things beyond my publicly known station.
That being said, would you sponsor? And he looks at Hjalmar.
I believe that Yalmar has a strong heart and a strong arm. And I believe he would do well in the service of the gods. So yes, I would be confident in that.
Okay. He rolled a 23, which means that, well, okay, so he says, you may enroll him in our list of squires.
I do like a half bow. Thank you for your confidence in me.
I will see to the other issues. Welcome, Hjalmar.
Thank you, Father. And I'll bow.
Okay.
Well, this is when you discover that half of being a paladin is paperwork. So
Well, that's gonna be really rough because I don't think he can write.
well, you're gonna
Oh,
have
you
to fix
will.
that.
Oh, he can in Norse. He can read Norse, and he can read and write a little bit of Norse. That's about
You're
it, though.
you're absolutely gonna have to fix that to be a paladin. Just saying.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, Bruce may be well aware that there are quite a few skills that Yelmer has absolutely no understanding of that paladins require. So it's gonna be a lot of work.
Um, at this point, um, your grace, whatever. I know that you are busy with the affairs of the church. And with your permission, we will take our leave.
Of course.
All right, Yalmar, let's go do some paperwork.
Seems like it. I will thank the Father again, and we will be on our way.
Okay. You depart from the bishop.
Oh,
Archbishop.
yeah. I'll let out a sigh of uh
What the hell just happened?
yeah, like that worked. What? Okay. Whew, that was a lot.
You remember that whole sponsorship discussion?
Yeah, I think you just did that for me, didn't you?
You got your sponsor.
Holy crap. Oh,
Y- and-
does that mean I'm stuck here?
no,
Okay.
it
Okay, good.
means you better not fuck up, or I'm gonna kick your ass.
It means you're stuck with me.
That's exactly what it means.
That's fair.
The archbishop has given his blessing
Wow.
for me to sponsor you.
That's a lot.
You
I
know,
must live up to that.
since I was in that gray area where could I do it or could I not do it,
He gave you
with the
permission.
archbishop's blessing, I certainly can do it.
Okay, okay. Well, you have my thanks, Raymond.
Oh, don't worry, I'm gonna make you earn it.
I know.
In fact, drop and give me 20. No. Um,
He probably would. At the moment we're at right now, he probably would. After what just happened, yeah.
all right. So we go. We dot our I's. We cross our T's. I'm sure there's like a squire's tabard or something.
There is.
Oh wow,
Yes.
he'll don that.
There's a
With pride.
whole thing. So yeah. I'll make up a list of what the what's included, but it's going to be some padded armor over which is some chain, probably the hauberk, and then a tabard with the uh, temple. Um,
Can I make a suggestion?
yeah, of course.
Not for you, for Yalmar.
No.
Mm-hmm.
you might not want to be too flashy about this around Crim for a while.
Okay. Can I ask why?
What? Actually, I'm not even going to say this in the church. So I want to wait till we get away from the church before I say this. What's Crim's opinion of Sylvanus?
She's not too hot. She doesn't think that it's right now.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. So,
Okay, but I definitely have to wear this when we go to see Lady Tamra. This is the
Yeah.
proper vestments, so she
yeah,
will
yeah,
see it then, right?
I know,
Okay,
but I wanna,
okay.
I wanna work our way into it.
All right, I'll keep it on the hush. I'll put all this stuff nice and neat in my room.
Keep it on the down low for a little bit.
Yes, I got you.
So,
Aye, Captain.
but the best way to get yourself killed is piss off your bodyguards. So
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. So yeah, but congratulations.
Thank you. This is
All
wonderful.
right.
I can't wait to tell my family.
I think our work here is done. Can we go back to Wes's place before dark, or should we spend the night here?
No, you take a coach.
Okay, so we will bop back to Wes's place. We'll show our pretty little pass.
Okay.
These people are not churls. They can come to my house. Signed, Wes.
Or it might say, even though they are churls, they can come to my house.
Yeah, that might actually. I know they look like schmucks, but
Well, one of them is a schmuck.
they're not quite as schmucky as they look.
All right. Anything else to do for this day?
I don't have anything.
Okay. All right.
Other than the debriefing, but
okay. What's the debriefing?
With the church from what he's been
so
doing.
we're gonna tell Wes and,
I want to tell Wes
and
what
everybody,
happened.
hey, we went to the church, we got the connections. They're gonna deliver my tapestry here in a couple of days. I have vestments being made. They'll probably be done about the same time as the ones for you guys. And oh, by the way, Yalmar got squired into the Church of Sylvanus.
Sweet.
I know, right?
Proud.
He saw my faith.
Wes. How's Crim gonna take that?
She's standing right there. What do you mean?
All
How
right.
am I going to take it? Why did you join the Church of what?
I've always been a devout follower of Sylvanus. Crim, you've seen me leave the temple.
After everything you've seen.
I believe.
Tell her about your vision.
Yes. I'll tell her about the vision. Thank you. I believe that there is a righteousness in serving Sylvanus, and I will be serving the proper one. I hope to help show the rest of the followers of Sylvanus his true form as well.
Well, she seems to think you aren't lying about the vision thing. So
that's good. That's very good.
and I do happen to know that his sponsor can work to keep him on the straight and narrow.
Okay. She's still a little grumbly about it.
I certainly have more influence over him than I do over other people in this party. Runt.
That's true. Runt's a loose cannon.
I mean, we love him, but he's still a loose cannon.
I mean, you'll have more control over the person who just decided to side with slavers. Okay.
Excuse me. Did you say that out loud? Or
yeah.
That's just an intrusive thought. Okay, yeah. The slavers are over there in Goldak and Minok and Aklo.
And now you're bringing them to Togar.
No. How did I bring them here?
By signing up.
Signing up.
I joined the true righteous fighters of Sylvanus.
who understand their place in the world.
Exactly. I didn't join the Iron Hand of Kars. That's not who I joined, and you know that.
Where I'm sitting doesn't look like much of a difference.
I hope to convince you otherwise, as I will with Krim.
Okay.
I'm going to sleep.
All
Yep.
right. So, oh, Ghosty, this is not a good place for you right now. I love you, but no. Okay. So, the next day, anything specific? So we've got the tailor. We've got. Are we doing anything else that day?
Are there any supplies that we need to get while we're here?
Sure, but not necessarily right now. Oh, we do need to get provisions out to the boat.
Okay.
We
I'll
send
set-
them out to the boat.
I'll set that
There's
up.
4 desiccated husks out there that have starved to death over the last 24 hours. Yes, we should get provisions out to the boat.
And not necessarily today, but we do need to go back out to the port to get repairs started.
Okay. So when are we doing that?
Shouldn't we do that first thing?
We
Well-
should probably, yeah.
Not necessarily today, but like tomorrow.
What are you going to be doing today?
Recovering,
Okay, fair
cleaning
enough.
up.
Yeah, you did just get stabbed and
And
poisoned.
almost
died.
died.
Almost
Pretty
died.
close.
Getting you to the point where you're not held together by magic's probably a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what am I hearing?
That
We're done for the
today's
first
day of
day.
rest.
Okay. The first day passes. Yay. Next day?
Day 2.
Maybe we can speed this up a bit.
And say, when is the next thing that we are doing?
Something like that, maybe.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a couple days. How long does it take to make port close? A week?
God, I hope not.
Well, in today's world, you go in. I mean, I can get a suit in a day,
Right.
but it's mostly made, right?
Mhm.
So if it's not mostly made, that's
No, I didn't say it was unreasonable. I just said I hope not.
okay. And how many were one? Everybody's getting something.
Everybody's getting
One-
something.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but I'm getting it
So-
done in a different system. So,
Yeah. Okay. That's fair.
and actually, technically, Yelmar's gotten half of his already.
yeah.
Yep.
Well, what that really means is he's going to put the tabard over everything else.
Well, yeah.
Above table question. For court etiquette, do people who are squired wear armor, or no? Is it like not appropriate to wear armor in there at all, unless you're like a
Into-
guard?
into court?
Sorry. Yes, into court.
No.
Okay.
You don't. Yeah, the armor is worn if you're expecting trouble. So presenting yourself to port in armor.
Okay. No, I
and
see that. No, I see it. I see it.
It's not to say that there aren't occasions where that would be appropriate, but those are specific things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, one would be, oh, I'm being knighted tomorrow. Maybe I should show up in armor.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Uh,
Does
all right,
someone
so
like Sir Michael show up in armor, or does he have
Well-
his own special?
being the court champion,
Yeah.
Rules don't apply to him.
Okay, yeah. So he would show up in his armor because his armor is yeah, he can do what he wants. Okay, no, never mind. All right, sorry, continue.
Okay. Right. Okay. So so here's what's on my agenda. We've got check marks that need to be done. We've got uh, the issue with the boat repairs, but that might be tied into something else that maybe people aren't even thinking about yet. Um, we're waiting on clothes. I'm gonna suggest that close is probably 3 to 4 days. Um, but we are talking, so there's probably, it's not as if the tailor's having to do this all by himself. He's got, I'm sure he's got apprentices. So I would expect that they could get it all done in like 4 days. Um, okay, so we'll say 4 days for them. Um, it's a reasonable guess, Wes, to think that Tamara isn't going to say, um, come right now. It's you would anticipate that she's well aware that people are going to want to present
Yeah,
themselves
need to get
to
ready.
the court. They need to get ready. That's going to take time. Um, so you would not anticipate a summons for at least a week.
Okay.
Now, that doesn't mean that you couldn't go and see her yourself if you felt like you had a need to. Or, you could even take everybody, but that's different than we're being summoned to court to be presented to court,
Okay, yeah.
which is a political thing. And that will happen. You're certain of it.
Well, first thing
So
on Wes's mind, or actually Brian's mind, is check marks.
Of course it is.
yeah, but we can do those off screen, so to speak.
We
We
can.
could,
Right,
yes.
but
Yeah,
So
we don't.
that's taking a week, is what I meant.
right, I'm just saying that I don't want to spend the next half hour rolling check marks.
That's fine.
So
Yeah, we can do check marks off screen. I'm fine with that. I
Okay.
trust everybody to be responsible with their characters. What's the point of cheating, right? Um,
yeah, something like that.
okay, so in the meantime, okay, so we're gonna take some downtime. We're gonna rest and recuperate, get our heads back on straight. Um, Hjalmar needs to be, um, he's gonna have to be paired to, well, technically he's paired to Raymond.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, so it's your responsibility to teach him um, the duties of a knight.
Yeah, this could be
So,
dangerous. Um,
You can have Wes help you.
I don't
Just
I
have
don't
one of
have
the Iron Hand guys help him.
I don't have to
Oh,
do it. I don't have to do it personally. I just have to make sure it gets done.
yes.
that is correct.
So what I will do for the moment is it kind of mirrors what I would be doing anyway, which is if I have free time that I'm not doing anything with, I would go to the temple and serve at the temple,
Okay.
which would also allow me to insert Yalmar into the more martial side of the temple, um, and get training from there. And then I can work on the chivalry part of this, so to
For
speak.
yourself?
Yeah, something like that.
All right. So the bishop hinted at something. There are 7 specific items: righteousness, courage, benevolence, respect, honesty, honor, and loyalty.
Yep.
So the path to paladinhood is in those 7 words.
Is the rendition Brian put in the journal correct, or is that
It's not
what's it called?
complete. It's
It's
just
not?
bits and
Okay.
pieces that I recalled as we were writing stuff down.
Okay. Okay. Do we have the full thing written down somewhere?
Yes, it should be in Wes's journal.
Okay. Hjalmar's gonna ask Wes to allow him to transcribe that.
Does Shelmer?
Oh, if he wrote it in Norse, that's the only way he'd be able to do it. Can't read or write anything other than that.
Well, that's the first thing we need to fix now, isn't it?
Yes, probably.
Okay, we have a plan. The beginning of a plan. Awesome.
Time to take Hjalmar to school. I guess that's the next arc.
My thought was I'm going to lean on the tempo while I can. So, at least get him a little bit of exposure to things that way, and then I can drum stuff into him when we're gone.
Okay.
So, and I
Right.
put 7 virtues in the Discord so that we can remember them later.
Ooh, 7 virtues. Listen to you.
Yeah, it's amazing what you find in a Google search.
Well, I didn't want to assume.
The 7 deadly sins and 7 nightly virtues.
I didn't know that was a thing. I knew about 7 deadly sins. I didn't know 7 nightly virtues was a real
Yep.
thing. That's cool.
Yep. They were specific counterpoints.
Loyalty. It doesn't matter how heinous or awful the thing is they ask you to do. When your lord tells you to do it, you round up those kids and you sell them to slaves.
That's what Sir. Well, actually, that's not what What's His Face did. What's his name? The greatest knight to ever live. I sent you that video, Dad, a while back. You know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking
Gregory?
about.
Is it Sir Gregory?
No.
Sir Gregor?
No.
Ugh,
I remember.
Roland? Are you talking about Roland?
No. This is an actual knight.
No, it's a real guy.
England.
Roland was a real guy.
Oh, no, this is the knight who fought for and with the 2 brothers, Richard the Lionheart and the younger one.
William Marshall.
William Marshall, yes, the greatest knight to ever live. I love that story. I can't believe I can't remember his name. He's a really cool guy. But yes, technically, Runt is right. There are times where you don't do great things because your lord told you to. You just do what you're told. But he chose not to do that and stood with a young boy and turned an entire empire on its heels. It was awesome.
So he was an oath breaker.
You know what? Maybe, yeah. Yeah, he well, no, it depends on how you look at it, because he hadn't made the oath to the French king yet. He just denied denied changing sides and stuck with the boy king and fought on his end. He was like 60 years old when he took a castle, and the French king saw that and was like, yeah, I'm not gonna mess with you anymore, and they immediately went to terms and conditions of surrender or of a truce or whatever. He was he was one of the oldest knights to ever fight, and he fought the warlord of the castle long enough for another knight to mortally wound him, and they took the castle. It was one of the coolest stories I've ever heard. Sorry about that. I just want to talk about him. He's cool.
Okay, cool. So, we're gonna spend some time. So, what are we doing with the ship? Or
yeah, I was
what?
going to say
What?
that. No. I was going to say the same thing.
Okay, so we will make a personal visit with Lady Tamara to discuss the ship, see about getting repairs made. Also, and tied into that is going to be this whole deal with Kars and the Jarls in the Far East and the whole politics of the situation.
And remember, you want Lady Tamara's pennant.
Yeah.
Just remember
What?
the ask. Remember the ask.
What? Lady Tamara's pennant. Oh, pennant.
Pennant.
Flag.
Her
Flag.
flag.
Pendant.
Give me that
I was thinking
magical thing
penance, and I didn't
that-
understand why we needed penance from her.
Sorry, yeah. I was thinking, give me that cool magical thing hanging around your neck. That looks really neat.
Well, I'd like that too, but I'm not going to get it. So
Like, yeah, I'll give you that. Smack over the head with it.
Well,
too.
wacka, wacka,
All right.
wacka.
All right. Do we want to role play that out? I think our time is. How do you want to handle that?
I feel like there's a lot of information there.
Yeah.
Okay, so it won't be any trouble for you to arrange an appointment with her.
Right.
I would presume that you would do that after the tailors are finished with everyone's accoutrements.
Oh, that's true.
Um,
Yes.
yes.
So there's like 4 or 5 days of downtime there. Okay, so after which you will reach out to have a private audience. That won't be any trouble. You go to see her. I presume everyone's going.
Does everyone want to go?
I would love to go.
Yep.
Hjalmar's excited.
Sounds like it.
Okay, all right. Um, okay, so Sir Michael will be there. And no, he's not in armor.
Oh, okay, cool. Interesting. Hey, no, it's good to know.
He's probably one of the most dangerous people in the. Anyway, all right. So, is there anything specific that you want to call out in this conversation? Do you want to? Do you want to role play this out, or do you just want to do a data dump?
I don't need to role play it out, but we're going to start everything off with the ship.
Is it required that we all go? Like, is Wes making a point of this?
Wes will let everybody know that he's going to try to make an appointment to see Lady Tamara so that we can discuss the ship and what we're doing and that kind of thing. So we have options. Runt does not have to come.
Um,
But he's certainly welcome to with the rest of us.
I think Runt would probably pull you aside and say, "Hey, I don't want to make a big deal out about this, but um, the left-handed man has eyes in many places, and I would prefer to have as little opportunity to be back on their radar as possible."
I see.
You mean the upright man?
Upright man, not left-handed. Yes, upright
Yeah.
man.
The upright man, yes, and his two. Well, yeah, okay. The night man and the day man, and spider.
Yep.
And there's there's a whole plethora of others in that group.
Yeah. But the implication being that I don't think that Spider would have people in this circle but above that, it's how could how could um, significant organized crime above that not have eyes in every court?
Right. You are certainly free to hide out here.
I appreciate that, both in terms of how real fucking nice this is, uh, and being free of obligations.
Okay. So you stay behind.
Yep.
All right. So everybody else is gonna go. Are you gonna do
Which,
anything? Well, no one's watching.
nope. Mm-mm.
Okay.
Actually,
All right.
this is an opportunity to actually just relax and think these are actually decent living conditions. This is,
It's
if
close.
the rest of the planet was like this, it wouldn't be too bad.
Oh, it's definitely not.
They're more like Hjalmar's farm.
Yeah.
Dirty and muddy and no road. Well, I mean the roads, but they're really just pathways that horses and carts get drawn over.
Hmm.
Oh God, I'm on a Blackward world that's got magic. What the hell's that? All right. Okay. All right. So you stay behind. Okay. So everybody else is gonna go visit Tamara. And okay. So we went to discuss the boat, and we want. What else are we discussing with her?
Well, Wes wants to discuss the whole political situation between here and Kars in the Eastern Isles. He understands some of this whole the Baron and Kars is happy where he is, but there's no communication going either way. So he's kind of on his own. He's happy with that, but is the Empire happy with that? Do we need to do something about Marduk and what's the other place? Starts
You
with an
mean
O.
why not?
Minok, yeah,
Yeah.
Minok and
My
Oslo and
Aqua.
Aklo and those places because we've been there. It's bad stuff happening, and I can even share the paladin of Ariok who went through town.
Okay.
And admittedly, we're just a little party. There's not a whole lot we can do, but is there something we can do? Hence, we want to sail the ship underneath her colors.
Okay. So the ship is no trouble whatsoever. She is happy to, in fact, as you mentioned, that she will pull out a little coffer that has the couple of flags in it. One is the house flag. One is the so there's all the designations, right? So there's uh, her house. There's a combination of your position in your house under hers, right? So there's the combined what's it called?
The
Coat of arms.
quarterly thing?
Yeah, the quarterly thing, right? So there's the it's the recognition that um, of her position and your relationship to her as relates to this vessel.
Sweet.
Okay. Okay. And then there's the house pennant and the Helgar pennant, and there's various signal pennants as well, and blah blah blah. There's all that stuff. The apparently was thinking ahead that this is probably why they're here. Um, and uh, you will also say we have not inspected the ship yet, but
I'll be more than happy to walk whoever around.
I'm delighted for the invitation, she says.
You wish to see it yourself?
I have been informed that it is a rather unique vessel.
We like to say magical. It's a magic ship.
It is magical, indeed. So yes, I would be delighted to see it. And yes, it is sadly damaged, but perhaps not beyond repair.
We certainly don't think so.
Oh, so okay. In fact, we could go right now,
Okay.
unless there's something else to discuss. Oh, yeah, the issue with the East. Right. So the issue with the East is uh, so Aklo, Gib, and Minok all fall under the rulership in Guldak. And any effort that we would make to send troops via ship through that strait into Karth would be met with, yeah, that they would come out to meet us, and
Right, yeah.
that would be a disastrous loss that is difficult to justify.
And I assume, my lady, that going overland via Blackwater is impractical.
Indeed. The So on the southern side, she'll pull out a map. Look here.
Oh, cool.
Uh,
Is Oban on that map?
Is that my tapestry?
is Oban on the map?
That's just personal curiosity.
It can be. Yeah. Okay, fine. Here, let me open this. I mean, she's got a map after all. It's Tamra. How would she not have a map? Let's see. Can I? Oh, let's do a rectangle. Here we go.
Oh, wow.
Well, a lot of this we've seen anyway.
There's Oban. Yes.
We're not going there.
Oh, come
Why
on.
not?
There's a pirate princess down there I want to meet.
Okay, we're not going there now.
Soon?
Oh, that's great. Okay. Probably has a little more of that area. Is that better?
That is cool.
Sort of.
It's a lot of map.
It is.
There's a lot of map.
I should have mentioned when you were sailing or flying up in this area,
Mm-hmm.
you were looking up to the north. You were also looking south, but we kind of ignored the south. Um, let me open that up a little bit because she does have some of it.
Because I was thinking another possible way to get to the Goldak would be around the south. But it all depends on this desert.
The desert is enormous. She does know that there's an oasis, however, right down here. She knows that because of the Lord of Nightwing.
Is that a tower and a pass?
It is a tower and a pass.
Oh. I'm just remembering ancient
So,
things.
so Eastgate is the extent of her holdings. So the Tower of Nightwing is outside her domain
Right.
and there's a lord and lady down there. His name is Tathal.
Yeah, don't play cards with his wife.
All right. So yeah, okay. So yeah, if she can open up your map a little bit, give you an idea of how things look. So Guldak, and there's another fortress further south called Molag, and both of these, actually, she probably has that on her map as well. Here, let me open that up. This is the enemy.
Yes.
Okay, so Guldak, where's my pointer? Guldak right here.
Mm-hmm.
Is actually subservient to Molag. Molag is where the real tower is in the east.
Okay.
So so for Telgar to access Kars, you're dealing with all of this. Well, specifically these three cities and their fleets.
Right.
So not an easy thing to deal with. It would take considerable resources, not only of Togar and the colonies, but also of Zig, to not only open that up, but to keep it open. So
Yeah.
now it is possible to go the northern route. So from Zig, which is up here, further north, and then coming around and south. Now the trouble with that is ice. Not only ice, but there are giants up in this area. So
Giants we were supposed to go kill. Maybe not those exact same giants, but like their neighbors or something.
so if there was an alternative, that would certainly change our thinking. But at present, um, yeah, I mean, there's no trade through the strait here for that reason, because of these guys.
Right. And a gate would be too small for trade purposes.
Yeah.
And a single ship would be too small as well. So,
What do you mean?
well, we had the good fortune of being able to travel from there to here. Were we able to do it on a consistent basis, that still would not be enough. So, sorry, my lady, I was thinking aloud.
What did you make the transit?
Our
I mean,
magic boat flies.
have you? What kind of cargo capacity do you have? Oh, I don't know. We haven't thought about that.
Nothing significant.
We had a hard enough time getting it moving.
I think I want to see this boat.
We're still
Chip,
working on
Chip.
mastering its abilities.
I wasn't sure I was willing to tell her that it flew. So, all right. Well, I'm looking at Wes, waiting for Wes to say, "Okay, let's go."
If we're done discussing the politics, certainly let us go.
Well, I mean, that yes, there are
What
issues in Kars.
Are
But
there
what?
issues that she wishes for me to deal with, or to represent her for?
Well, we would need resources in Kars to do anything.
What kind of
So,
resources do you need?
well, what are the challenges that the area is facing? Oh, I
Internal
don't know.
strife.
Sea serpents, internal strife,
Oh, the
orcs,
Drow!
the drow,
the imminent army coming down from the north?
the imminent army coming. Wait,
Damn.
what? There's an imminent army?
Yeah,
You didn't mention that before.
we are now.
Okay. Well, that's a problem.
It is.
So, well, we need an army over there. So,
Yeah, it's coming down from, what's that pass? That's up in here
yeah,
by the
it's
Caves of
actually,
Chaos.
it's up here.
Oh, it's further
The
up.
pass of Barad-dûr.
And to be fair, army might
right
be an overstatement, but clearly the forces of evil are massing there.
Okay. Well, if forces are coming out of Hord's land and pushing into um, the the domains south of the mountains, that's a serious problem. And if Kars and Ladesh and the Jarls are not working together, they're going to be picked off piecemeal.
That's exactly what's happening.
That is our concern as well.
Okay, well, but obviously we can't sail an army over there. At least not via um, ocean-borne ships are going to get intercepted.
So, I have a question. Is Thurman with us?
Probably not.
So
At
what's he
least
been
not at
doing
the
this whole
moment.
time?
Well, he was hanging out with you guys at the house for a little while, and then he went to the
Mages Guild, the university.
The university, of course.
Okay. Okay, just curious. And we could certainly continue this discussion on board ship.
Yes, let's make our way down there. Okay, so you make your way to the ship, and as you're going along, so this is not a huge entourage, right? You've got Sir Michael dressed casually. You've got Tamara with a floaty orb, and you've got maybe a couple of guards, and they're we're just out going for a stroll, and then there's all of you.
Hey, Bruce.
Yeah.
So I forgot to ask about this, but when I saw the orb, would Hjalmar have gotten a roll for the future person, or sorry, not future, the other
Far Horizons.
Far Horizons? That's what I was looking for. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay, cool, sweet. All right, come on, roll low. Nope, it was worth a shot. Worth a shot.
Okay. All right. So okay, so we'll go down to the boat. She is going to have a shipwright come on the tour with you. Okay. So this guy yeah. Okay, so this guy is pretty old. Yeah. Doesn't see very well. But as you get to the ship and he's kind of looking at the lines and he's going to whisper something to Tamara. Those of you who wish to eavesdrop may make a listen roll.
Oh, I have to do math now.
Just regular success.
You're doing what with your god?
I have to do math because this is something I don't have synergized. 43, 39. Oh, yeah, essentially the same anyway, so. That's a basic success.
Okay. All right. Any other rolls? 3, 2, and done. All right. Okay, so yeah, he takes an opportunity when nobody's particularly nearby to speak rather quietly, but in something of an agitated state, pointing at things on the ship and yeah, you can tell that he's quite taken by the ship.
Is he taken by the ship or the technology on the ship?
Yeah, he's paying particular attention to things that cannot be produced here, like everything.
Okay.
Like we can't make that. We don't. We can't. What the hell is this? Look at what they did here. How on earth did they do that? No, I mean, kind of yeah, but um he's trying to be circumspect and discreet in his um uh communications with Tamara particularly. Uh, but you can
You need to
tell.
seize this vessel immediately.
Yeah, exactly. We need to study this. I need to study this forever.
So
I want to
so
live on this boat.
as as we give the tour, I am going to treat I was going to treat Lady Tamara this way anyway. I will treat them as if they are Far Horizons characters. So,
Okay.
we
Roll
will.
a roll a percentile.
Okay.
What's
Uh,
your psychology?
not 66.
All right. When you say you're going to treat them as Far Horizons characters, I presume that to mean that you anticipate that they are familiar with technology.
Yes,
So with that said, are you going to expose like the computer screen to them, for
that
instance?
was what I planned on doing. So here's my
Okay.
theory, and I haven't talked to Wes about this. So I haven't had a chance yet. Okay. Um, the woman has a Forerunner artifact orbiting her head. She's awakened because she gets to make that roll every day.
She's an NPC. She doesn't get to make rolls.
So, so, so there's no. I'm not revealing anything if I treat her that way.
Wes was planning on dropping technology terms along the way as well to see if anything would occur.
I think, given this conversation, I think we can skip that step. So I will try to work my way up to it a little bit. I'm not going to walk on the ship and say, "Oh, look, here's a computer monitor." But we can
Okay.
start with the rigging and explain some of the technology behind the rigging a little bit because we
Okay.
understand
All
what it
right.
is, even if we can't do it.
Yeah, runs through a
Right. Right.
mechanical device to control the ropes.
Okay. So when you can you well make another psych roll. Those of you who are awakened can.
Oh, I no.
It's a regular success.
Okay. Okay. A regular success.
Oh
All right.
no, I was looking at
So
the wrong line. That's not. That's a miss.
it's a miss. All right. So um. Well, okay. So you don't know. All right. So they are listening intently to and trying to understand what it is that you're saying. The shipwright is he's going to try to get into the nitty gritty of it, which I suppose will give you another opportunity. So yeah, go ahead and make another roll. So you're talking about the way the rigging is run.
These dice are fired.
Oh, so are mine.
Yeah, use the
Okay.
metal ones. The metal ones are best.
All right. So yeah, I mean he's trying to drill into some specifics, and I mean he's coming at it from what you would take to be something of a naive perspective. It's like how uh yeah, I can't think of a good example. But one might be okay, so this line comes from here and it controls that. I don't even know what that is, the sail up there, 'cause what the hell? But it
It's
comes
like
down here and it goes into this pool. Um but it's not all here. It goes into the boat somehow.
It
Where's
goes in right
go?
here. It goes down.
Where and why?
For the mechanical control.
Dwarves made this, didn't they? This is
I don't doubt that they had a hand in it.
okay. Mm, okay. Well, that kind of makes sense, but it doesn't look dwarven.
No, it doesn't.
He's suspicious
That I
now.
would know.
Yeah, we know what dwarven workmanship looks like.
Yes, you. All right. Okay.
Brent's
So
getting irrationally angry at this moment. He doesn't know why.
he
And it's
doesn't know
really
why.
mad.
You had every opportunity to join him.
Yeah.
You.
Hmm.
All right. Okay. So you on the tour at some point you'll make your way toward the back of the ship where the you know the obvious technological stuff is hidden away, but doesn't have to be. So what are you doing?
Well, remember, it is magic, right? It goes in this
Sure.
box, and magic stuff happens.
Magic stuff
We
happens.
can mention that since we're not great sailors, that we use the repulsors. See if that does anything.
Okay. You can roll another percentile. Both of you.
No.
You could always do it in Corellian.
Tour in Carillion. Are you gonna?
This is Wes's tour.
Oh, if I were, I'd use English because I'm much better at English than Carillion.
Okay. So you're gonna say something to her in English, yes?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
That's still a no on my roll.
All right.
Look, Raymond, I don't think it's going anywhere.
So you can tell that she understands what you said.
Oh.
Yeah, but you'll hear in your head sort of quietly, why are you speaking in that tongue?
Wes will think back. We're trying to understand our relationship.
You can tell that she's confused.
Okay.
Why? You're my cousin. What do you mean? What relationship?
Our relationship with the Forerunners.
The what?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
What are forerunners?
Forerunners.
Actually, hang on a
Oh,
sec.
okay.
Hang on. Okay. So there's a pause. um, she looks at the orb, and then she looks back at you.
Yes.
I think the orb talked to you, not her.
Oh, maybe.
Again, it's a smartwatch, so it's doing a lot like oh, would you like me to Google Translate this for you? And
Google Translate.
That's actually way
you
funnier.
expressed interest in Forerunners. Here's a quick Google search to let you know what's publicly available.
Would you like to know
Oh,
more?
God. Would you like to know more? my god. Oh. Okay. Okay, so what is she gonna do with that? Okay. So the first thing you're gonna hear, Wes, is speak true.
Of course.
Are you, and she gives your full name, is your mother, is your father. Yeah, she's testing your identity.
And Wes will answer as truthful as he understands.
Okay.
Which is none, because you're actually also Dylan.
That's also true. You can have conflicting truths.
That is very true.
That's true.
Are you thinking about Dylan when you're saying that as Wes? Because if you are, you might slip.
No, of course not.
I know, I'm just messing around.
Yeah.
Okay. So, wow. Okay, so she's gonna say, and you can see that she's looking at the ship with a new sort of appraising eye, as if something has kind of dawned on her. And she will say, do you mean ancient? As in the dwellers in the Valley of the Ancients. There was a time before Ford, and there was a great desolation that occurred. This orb is from that time.
Then yes, that is what I'm speaking of.
Okay. So this craft is from that time. But
Not exactly.
not exactly. Okay. And how do you know this? Because I know where it came from. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What did you say?
He's going to say, because I can remember another place, another time where this ship came from. And I have met a Forerunner. Their abilities are well beyond this.
Wow. Okay. Well, this is unexpected. All right. Raymond, roll a percentile for me. Okay.
All right. I don't know why I can't change the color of these dice. I keep going in and changing it, and it won't change.
Oh.
Here.
They're
That's
glued
fine.
to you.
I failed. That's all we need to know for right now.
All right. So Wes.
Yes.
Well, Dylan.
Oh,
Wes.
okay.
Time has stopped for you.
Ooh.
You hear a different voice in your head,
Oh.
and you can tell that it's the orb.
Oh, okay.
And the orb says, form the key of dominion.
Form the key of dominion?
Yep, that's what it says. And of course, you don't know how to respond to that, right?
I do not.
Okay, so there's a pause. And then it says, speak your name in the ancient tongue.
I do not know the ancient tongue.
Okay. Um, all right. So it's going to say, what?
I do know that this planet is a device built to destroy other worlds.
Okay. Okay. So it's going to say, you have awakened, but do not no. You have awakened, but cannot access the deep knowledge.
That is correct.
Okay. Who do you serve?
I serve the
Servitor.
Forerunner, known to me as Maliki.
Okay. In there was I didn't get it out in time,
Oh,
but
sorry.
the servitor, it's referring to servitor races served, and the that again, this isn't it's not speaking to you in English.
All
This
right.
is mental sort of gymnastics going on here, but it's so the proper question is all servitor races serve. Who do you serve? And okay, so your response is the forerunner I know as Maliki,
Yeah.
right? Okay. Okay. That's good. That
Okay.
saved your life.
Good.
Okay. So okay. It's gonna say the enemy from outside remains a threat. You must awaken the deep knowledge to continue your fight. Learn to form the key of passage to gain access to the Hall of Mirrors. And when he says key, he doesn't, that's sort of a translation, but what he really means is it's referring to a mental framework, not unlike a mandala.
Okay.
You've heard something like this before, by the way.
Dylan has?
Remember, Wes, remember the Circle of Stolf?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was a different question. or a different.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because Brian's heard of the room of mirrors before, or the hall of mirrors.
Yeah, that's also a metaphor. It's not actually, well, yeah. Then there's another reference to that as well. Oh, geez, that's right. So you'll probably put those two together as well, because again, this is so the 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 ship's captain was looking for a way to get somewhere. Remember that? And he referred to it as the,
Oh, yeah, in the books, in his journal?
yeah.
Yes.
He didn't call it the Hall of Mirrors,
No,
did
he
he?
called it something else, yeah.
But the mental framework you have from what the orb is saying is that those two things are the same.
Okay, interesting.
Okay. Termination of communications, and time goes back to normal. In other words, you are dismissed or erased.
Okay. So Wes will look around like he's lost to try and catch up on where we are and what's been happening.
Well, the answer is
Um,
nothing's been happening. So
Time stop.
Right,
time
yeah.
stop.
Or more specifically, time didn't actually stop. It just moved very quickly for you alone. The mental communication.
Right, but it's like you're in the middle of a conversation, you start having this different conversation, and you come back, okay, where were we?
Exactly.
That's what Wes is doing.
So
Okay, so
yeah,
yeah, the ship, magic.
yep. Part of the takeaway from that is Tamara is not does not seem to have an alternate.
Yeah, she's not connected.
Right.
Okay.
But is the ship right?
No.
Okay.
So as the shipwright is getting confused and frustrated, we'll say, "Yeah, we understand. Can we make a new post for the forwarding sail thing?
We need a new mast.
I mean, new mast. Can you do that?"
Well, yeah, I can make a mast,
Okay,
but
good.
and yeah, we'll have to figure out how to rig it up. And we can copy what's going on here. I
Good.
think. I think. So, all right. Wow. How are we going to anchor it?
Anchor the ship?
The mast, silly. The mast. And how tall is it supposed to be? Because it's probably not supposed to be quite as tall as the other one.
Well, we got both pieces, right? We put like a little sleeve on it to keep it together, didn't we?
No. Yes. No. That was discussion. That could be done that way. But yeah, he's not going to look to do that.
No, he won't.
Um,
No, but it will give
no.
him the dimensions.
Yeah. So you can get the dimensions. You can get the dimensions from the ship itself. But yeah, you're not sure how to. Um, so there's the broken part, right? That's got to come out. So how does that come out? The short answer is somebody's going to have to secretly go into the hold, into the machine shop, and use the terminal there to learn how to disengage the clamps on the mainstays,
Oh, okay.
right?
Yeah.
Because you don't want to brute force this thing.
No, no,
That's
no, no.
the last thing you want to do. But that is going to be their solution. It's like, we're going to have to bust that out of there.
No, no, no. We'll figure out how to. We'll talk to the ship. It will tell us how to take it out.
Wow, really? That is so amazing.
That magic.
Magic. Okay. All right. Well, when you say magic, that kind of solves all those problems.
It
Magic
seems
solves a
to,
lot of problems.
but it doesn't solve everything.
All right. So, yeah, neither Michael nor Tamara are
Awakenable.
awakenable beings.
That is unfortunate.
Okay, but I mean, she's pretty smart,
Mm-hmm.
and she's aware that, well, never mind. So, wow, this is really a cool
Magic
ship.
ship. Magic ship.
Magic ship. Yes, this is a very cool magic ship. Right, we need to get it fixed up. So I will certainly support that effort. Because otherwise it's not going to happen.
True.
Well, thank you.
But I may have use for this ship as well. Specifically in moving troops to Kars.
That, well, I shouldn't say anything, so I'm
Yeah.
not.
No, I think that's an excellent idea. Not sure how many we can move at a time.
Well, I was thinking about that. So this is actually a cargo hold, even though it's made up as a living area. Um, the the roof here can open. You can tell. Um, and she'll look at the shipwright and say, what do you think the tonnage is here? And he's going to say, there's something hidden on this ship because there's a lot more room here than there's not enough room here than there should be. Now, I'm pretty sure you didn't take him into the machine shop.
Nope.
But he can tell that there's more that we're not seeing. Um, but yeah, if you like, got all of this junk out of here, uh, not actually junk, this fine furniture, or moved it, I don't know, maybe 15, 20 tons, maybe. So Tamara says, wait, so you're telling me we could, I don't know, move grain? And the shipwrights will, yeah, just, board up that door and board up that door. And yeah, we fill this whole thing. Hmm. Now that's an interesting thought, she says. But the primary concern at the moment is getting this ship shaped. And I think that should be our primary task at the moment. So, Westland,
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking you to
Yes, Your
work in
Grace.
close. Yeah. We need you to work with the. It seems like you can communicate with the ship. So yeah, the shipwright is obviously going to have certain issues and concerns working with this. So we're going to need you to work with him to make sure everything's done properly. In the meantime, the issue of a potential invasion coming out of Foglands is something that we need to take seriously. So I think I will be taking a trip to Zig in the very near future. All right. Anything else from me? I think I've seen enough.
Not for you directly, but we are going to need um, assistance in tracking down a crew that can be trusted, that can that can properly run lateen sales.
Is that what these are called? Says the. Because this doesn't look like a lateen rig to me. This is something else.
Well, the rigging itself is something else, but the sails are
Yes, it
lateen and
is.
are run as such, and need to be run as such.
Maybe, but maybe it's actually something else. Kind of looks like a lateen rig, but there's differences. But that's a fine detail. I'm sure we'll figure it out. He seems to be taking issue with you, Wes, about how this is actually set up.
That's fine with me.
All right. So, Tamara takes her leave. We need a successful roll to get the ship specifications and figure out how to release the stays on the mast. But once that comes out, he'll actually be able to copy it so that when you replace it, it will fit properly. Oh, it occurs to me that he can actually use, so there's these clamps, right? And I'm sure there's a framework that the clamps fit in. So from the old mast, you can take those from the old mast and fit it to the new mast. So you could continue to use. Okay, that should probably work. You should be able to figure that out. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. Okay, so the real trick is getting the thing out in the first place. So, who wants to make the engineering roll?
Engineering roll.
Yeah,
What
so
kind of engineering?
this is going to be mechanical, mechanical systems, vehicle mechanical systems.
I have vehicular systems. It's not spectacular, but I have it.
I've got nothing
Okay.
like that.
We got a little bit of mechanical engineering.
That would help.
It's only 20 points, so I only got like a 36 in it, but it's something.
So one of you could assist the other.
I
and-
also have general mechanical equipment, which is higher. That's a 46.
Yeah, that could apply.
That's the best roll we got.
Okay, so who's assisting who?
I can help him.
Okay, so to give him a bonus, you need to make a successful roll on your part,
Okay.
and that will, depending on what you roll, 20% or something. So I'm not going to drill too deeply into these
Nope.
details.
You're on your own, bud.
But okay, so your first roll is without any help. He's helping, but not helping. Stop helping. You're not helping.
Stop that! It's not.
That did
Oh!
not help.
Oh my goodness! What do we
That's
break
not
now?
helping. That's not helping.
Holy shit!
Well, there was a reason the computer cut you off.
Yeah, you're nothing but trouble.
I gotta change
Oh
my
my
battery. I'll be right back.
god! Why?
Somebody's intentionally trying to sabotage things.
I'm telling you, there's an AI deliberately trying to sabotage these things.
Okay, so that's going to set you back in time. Um, I think there are safety protocols on the ship that aren't going to allow you to like break it.
I will let everyone know. Hey, yeah. So what we're asking requires us to actually get around the security program that has stayed in place.
Yeah,
You
me
guys
up.
happen to like find a password in like their journal or something? That would really help. Any post-it notes around that are like, you
Did
know,
anybody did anybody look underneath the keyboard for the password? I
yeah,
mean, oh god.
exactly.
Okay, so yes, that'll put you back in time. Um, in the meantime, we're gonna be rolling off check marks, and well, we are gonna need a successful roll here to not break or well release the math. Once you succeed at that, we should be able to work backwards. But let's get another roll. That is, for him to fashion a mask. And
Hot
There
nine.
you go.
oh.
You
Okay,
learn
fine.
best from your mistakes.
That's
Yep.
right. That's right.
Except that
Okay.
that fumbles don't give you check marks,
No, they don't.
so you don't actually learn best from your mistakes.
But you have to miss the
Well,
skill roll to actually learn to increase it.
that's right. So you do, in a way, have to miss. Okay. Um. So so yeah, you're able to get the specifications for the actually that is that's certainly a special for you.
Yeah.
So you'll be able to get all the details on the rigging and the mast and how it's released and how it's secured. There's a procedure. Um, you'll find a checklist. Take these steps in this order. It's not unlike things that your character has seen before on maintenance procedures and such, and it's
Hmm.
all documented. So by following those instructions, you can, and you're not even going to have to work with the shipwright himself. All you want to do is release the clamps around the base of the mainstay, and then the thing just lifts out. So you get a crane attached to it, have the crane gently pull it out, and then it's free. And they can take the bottom part of that and attach it to the new mast, and it'll flip back in, and I'm sure there's grooves that it has to align to seat properly. So once it's free, that that's not that big a, well, I mean, it's difficult, but it's not insurmountable. So you can get a new mast put in the course of that, you got all the rigging information. So how to rig it is also there. Again, follow the procedures. Um,
Does
what
it
you don't,
include what the name or style of the rigging is?
yes, it does. I'm sure it does. And it's actually not a Latin rig. It's there's a different word for it. Um, I forget what it
I
is.
don't need that word right now. I
Yeah,
just
it is different. It's very similar, but it is different. And it has to do with the top sails and how the top sails can array relative to uh, wind conditions and travel direction and such. Anyway, um, um,
does it have means inside to fabricate new sail for what's missing?
I don't think you have the materials to fabricate a composite sail, so you'll have to use local materials.
Yeah,
So now that we know what these materials are, will a magical creation spell make them?
I don't think so.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, well, what? Give me an
I
example.
I don't know the list memorized exactly, all right? But if there was something that was the equivalent of create food and water for,
Okay.
create a material, could I use that to create a nylon rope?
Oh, I see.
I don't need an answer now. I'm just kind of thinking aloud.
Yeah, actually, in theory, I think that is possible. Um, but I'm not sure what that list is.
I don't
And
either.
and yeah,
I
more
just thought of that.
importantly, yeah, more importantly is the square dimensions of the sails.
Yep,
These
fair
are
enough.
huge.
Yep,
These are wow. I've got it written down somewhere. I don't have it right in front of me, but you guys are going to be amazed at the square footage of of these sails.
you need
When
a.
all what
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, when all the sails are up, the square footage is enormous. It's just staggering. Anyway, sorry, that was a little aside. But
it's fine. It's
Um, I was to say you need a new spell list called maintenance tech.
that's great. Okay, so the efforts to get the ship repaired are well underway. We understand how to get the broken mast out. Yeah, once it's out, they can, and you can give them dimensions on, the length of the, what's it called? Well, the spar, not actually spar, but the main sail. Wow, they're gonna have to go cut a tree down
a big tree.
and ship it here. Oh man.
They don't have to. We could take the ship to the tree.
Oh, that's true. That would speed things up. You could sail it. So he's got to go find one. But once he finds one, they can get it cut down. And then he's like, yeah, then we got to transport it. Holy crap. How are we going to transport it? And then you say, well, why don't we just sail over there? Well, yeah, into the interior, if you could fly, Wait, it can fly?
Yes, it's magic.
It's magic.
Wow. Okay, so that's gonna be awesome. So yeah, they'll have to tie it off to the side of the ship, and then you sail it back to drop it into the water. Once it's in the water, you can get a crane to pick it. Yeah, okay, I can see that working. Yeah, all right, sure. So yeah, he's that actually finding the tree at this point is probably the hard part because it's got to be straight and it has to be of a certain length, and then they've got to cut it down without it breaking. Oh, that might be an adventure. They might have to go up to backwater up into the forests up there to get the tree.
Oh, that's near the Elvish lands, right?
It is exactly, and they're none
Let's
too
go.
happy about that.
Let's go get us a nice elvish tree.
That's right. I'm a Lorne.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look up how long, what the length of that mast is. There may be trees down by Kirk that'll work. Like, so let me think about that. So in the meantime, you can roll off check marks. Um, yeah, what are we hitting? We're hitting 8:30. Maybe this is. Does anybody have any questions? Anything come to mind that we need to discuss further?
Not that I can think of.
Oh,
Are you going to share any of your experience with the orb, Wes?
Yes, Wes will take Brunt and Raymond aside and share with them that whole interesting detail.
Okay.
Hmm.
Can
Key
both
of
of you?
Dominion, huh?
Yes, Key of Dominion. But that was different than what was asked at the Circle of Stolf.
Which was form the pattern of dominion, and you may enter.
That's right.
But I could not find the verbiage from the captain's journal. It just said he was searching for something. But I kind of remember you saying something like he was looking for that gateway thing.
Yep. I think he called it the Infinite Corridor.
Yes, that's it.
But as the orb was talking about the Hall of Mirrors, the idea of an infinite corridor comes to mind. Or that's kind of what he's saying. So, yeah, the captain wrote it down in a different way than the orb spoke it.
But it's
But
all the same concept, this mental
yes,
framework.
yeah. But I need both Brunt and Raymond to roll a percentile, please.
I haven't been rolling for shit all day.
93.
Okay.
We get nothing.
No new insights. That's good.
We get nothing.
Do I get a check mark in general mechanical equipment for
You
the
do.
special?
You definitely do.
I just don't know what skills are and are not check markable on the Far Horizon side.
All tech
Yep.
skills are checkable.
Yep.
Okay.
So I do have a checkmark question.
It's just the knowledge kind of
Yes.
skills that sometimes don't.
I had a couple of checkmarks on my Far Horizons character when we switched. One of which was for listen. I have a checkmark for listen on my Elderath character. Do I get to roll them both?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Don't sound so psyched.
It only comes up in a couple of places, but I wanted to check.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not gonna quibble over. No, you're in the check mark. You should have the opportunity to gain the experience. So,
Fair enough.
absolutely. Yeah.
Alrighty then. Well, next week.
2 weeks.
No, next week.
Next week is the
What is
first.
next week?
Next week is the first week of September. 2 weeks. 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 2 we
Oh, that
Today
is
is
correct.
August 31st. It's the
Yep.
fifth
It's the
Saturday,
fifth Saturday.
Yeah.
of August.
Look at that.
Yeah, my wife had the same
Okay.
confusion.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, she probably wasn't happy, was she?
Oh no, she's
Aw.
fine. She just didn't understand. My calendar's all off again. No. It's a fifth Saturday. That's why it's different. It's always the first and third, and we have to have a fifth this
First and
time.
third. Yep.
Dylan
Okay.
does want to commune with Maliki and ask her about forming the key of passage.
You mean the key of Dominion?
No, the key of passage. That's what the Forerunner
Oh.
device called it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The Circle of Stall said the pattern of Dominion.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. All right, go ahead and roll that.
Nope.
Nope.
Okay.
Nobody home. Your question goes into voicemail.
There'll be another opportunity.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
We all good? Everybody good?
Yeah.
I'm good.
Long set of notes for this week.
We got the broken ship back to Telgar, and shit happened.
A
A whole lot of shit happened.
whole lot.
Mhm.
Well, I have to say, I try to anticipate things, but it's hard to anticipate everything.
Oh yeah.
We're a fairly chaotic group.
Like, I'm gonna talk to the orb, and I'm. Or,
I
wait,
did
I'm gonna
not
actually,
seek to talk to
I-
the orb.
I'm gonna say things in the orb's presence that are going to have the orb go. Wait a minute. What are you? Who are you? What are you doing here?
Man, that orb
What?
has to be sitting there like, ugh, I'm so bored. These plebs that control me have no idea what is going on in the universe. And yet, here I am doing orb things because I have to.
And then this guy who shows up, and he's like, "Oh, that's interesting. Wait, where'd you come from? Oh, wow, somebody to talk to.
But he
Are you
doesn't know
really?
anything.
Are you really awake? Oh,
One lightly used forerunner orb, free to good home, awakened only.
wicked only. There was a hint in there. I don't know if you. Obviously, nobody caught it. I guess I'm too subtle about these things.
I guess so.
I mean, the implication is that we can all awaken.
Well, that part's already known. There's something
No, that
else.
deep knowledge thing.
Yes. What the hell's that?
It's the next level of evolution.
I was just getting Lion Witch of the Wardrobe vibes, so
Well, we definitely have that, right? I mean, we got gates going everywhere. We got portals, and yeah. All right.
So, how much time to do this? Getting the directions to release the mast, giving the dimensions to the shipwright, getting the dimensions for the sails, getting the ship over to get the mast, or do you want to not go that far? Because right now it's just two lines, but time went through if we went that far.
Yeah, we can definitely go take that time. How long does it take to make a mast and rig up the ship? I'm gonna say it's about a month
Perfect.
because they've got to. I mean, they've got to go find a tree because they don't have a mast like what's required just laying around.
Right.
So they're gonna have to go find a tree that's gonna match the dimensions and more, right? Because they've got to cut it down and then they've got to trim it. Um, So yeah, that's all going to take time. That's probably the biggest deal at this point is going and getting it, and then once they've got it, then they've got to process it. So that's where the real work is. Um, the rigging, well, no, the ship has spare sails. I'm sure there's spare sails. So So yeah, I mean, there. I doubt that there's like an infinite supply of spare sails, but there's at least two. Um, so yeah, so you wouldn't have to make a sail.
Oh, okay.
Um, and I think there's spare rope as well.
Yes. Also, couldn't we make rope from the repair stuff?
And yeah, I think there is a fabricator, but the question, well, but yeah, I don't know that there's the raw materials to yeah, the fabricator, it's not like a Star Trek fabricator, right?
Right.
Converts energy to matter in whatever shape you want.
Yeah.
Cup of coffee, please, thank you. No, it's not like that. Um, so yeah, you'll have to supply materials to work with. Um, and of course, the quality is going to relate to the materials that you're working with. So, so there are limits in the present circumstances. Although, damn, I mean, guys have knowledge of you know, well, I shouldn't.
Advanced manufacturing techniques.
Well, certainly of materials. I need this material for this job. The trick is how do I get that material, right?
Yeah.
So, stainless steel. How do we get stainless steel? Does anyone have metallurgy or chemistry? So, those are going to be sort of limiting. It's like there might be some simple stuff like um well, I don't know, even agriculture. This is you guys are from an advanced uh society, so I don't know the extent to which you know, for instance, the agricultural systems, advanced hydroponics, or that kind of stuff. Um,
No, this is where we need to go rescue Herman.
I mean, in most advanced societies, the actual technical knowledge is incredibly fragmented and specialized. You're very niche according to your trade.
yeah,
Generalists just aren't really a thing.
Right.
right, right. No, I fully agree with that. I think general knowledge about farming, um, or how do you make cement? I know what cement is. I see it every day, or Durasteel, but how do you actually make Durasteel? So if you don't have that expertise, you may well know what it is, but how you actually manufacture it, that's a different animal altogether. So that said, you definitely have skills and knowledge that um, can make incredible differences in the present circumstances. But you also have to find a way to actualize that.
Mm-hmm.
So okay,
Yep.
but that does take us to sort of another question. Um, And this is going to go to what it is that you guys as players want to do. More specifically, we're sort of in that realm of um, the opportunity of mobility is no longer an issue, or less of an issue. So there are certain threads that I've been putting out there, right? So there's um, the issue with Borg, the the pending looming assault from Ford lands. Um, there's the issue of the Drow and the Jarls. Um,
And
we
this all begs the question of, do these things matter knowing the rest of the universe is out there?
right. So that takes us to sort of another part of this question. Um, is there a impetus to return to the Far Horizon venue? Um, or, I mean, do we explore Elderath further, the planet buster in space? So, yeah, I mean, you got options, and there are certain threads that lead in various directions. So it's sort of a question in my mind: what threads do you want to pull on? Where do you want to go?
Yeah.
All valid points.
Like, just above table for that conversation with all of us. Uh, I'm more inclined to stay with Elderath. Um, I know that there's adaptation struggles there for Runt with this, but I think there's a lot of character stuff for all of us that does just kind of get balled up and thrown in the trash if we go back to Far Horizons. Um, and I don't know that I want to see that. Just my 2 cents on it.
Okay.
I have a lot of empathy towards that, particularly because remember I came into Far Horizons in the middle.
Yeah.
So if we go back to Far Horizons, I'm constantly playing catch up.
Well, I mean, you got two of us that are completely playing catch up, right?
Right. So we're all going to be Dylan sidekicks.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
So
Dylan sounds like a badass, so it
yeah, he
makes
was
sense.
okay. So here's my problem. And again, this is completely over the table conversation. I joke about how Yalmar is the most likely to betray the entire party. Raymond kind of believes that.
Well, I mean, Runt has vocalized it explicitly.
If Yalmar was not a player character, I would not have squired him. Because there are some questions of loyalty in Raymond's mind.
Loyalty as to
and discretion.
Probably loyalty to us as a unit.
okay.
Is that where you're going with it?
To the Lorathian view of things that we have kind of hitched ourselves to.
Okay.
So that's an issue, and the other issue is, frankly, Runt's been an ass the last couple weeks.
Yep.
So
yep. And ultimately, I'm expecting that to come to a head where he gets the sense knocked into him, right? And I'm okay with that, right? Just so again,
Okay.
above table, when it comes to the point where it's like you're being a little shit and you need to be put in your place, that is an absolutely appropriate thing, and I don't want you guys to feel bad about that.
I needed to hear you say that.
Yeah, 100%.
And I know that some of this is driven by the fact that that's the way that you decided to resolve your multiple personality disorder.
Yeah.
You remember I sat there for a month saying, "Are you sure this isn't demonic possession?" So
Yeah,
so
we're
okay,
not convinced that it's not demonic possession.
that's what I needed to hear.
But yeah, no, I look forward to how that turns out because I mean I know it. There's no way I can't be a jerk and everyone's just gonna be like, oh yeah, this is fine, this is normal. Like no, it's not
But
okay, and you can't
but
treat
it's
your
the
friends like that without consequences.
it's the combination of being a jerk, because you're always a jerk, but you're our jerk, and that's kind of charming. But there's the jerk and actively destructive part.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Especially not just self-destructive at this point, right?
And you're a crucial part of this because you talk to the ship better than the rest of us do.
Hmm.
So
Well, the dice don't always reflect that.
I'm aware of that. I did actually succeed with my check marking computers,
Nice.
so I'm a little better. But still, the bottom line is you drive the ship. I help sometimes. So you being destructive is kind of bad.
Oh yeah. Well, being destructive in general in a team environment is bad.
So okay, we're cool.
And at the same time,
Ish.
I want to make sure that for everyone, right? Like, there's no point in which this exploration of a character arc should diminish other people's fun. And if that's happening, if it does conflict with what you enjoy about the game,
I
let's resolve
I
it sooner rather than later.
as long as I know it's going to end in a good place, I'm okay.
Oh yeah, no,
So
I don't want to play or be a bad guy. So that's
I know that.
yeah, that's not a direction I want to live in.
And that's part of the reason why I'm bringing it up, because I know that.
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate having these conversations above table. I think they're very good check-ins
Yeah.
for groups and games to like, hey, this is why I'm doing this with my character. This is where I'm going. This is what the plan is.
No, I appreciate that.
Mhm.
I would posit one sort of thing, moving from that at this point. Um, um, I can envision a sort of going back and forth with greater flexibility from Far Horizons to Elderath, sort of, shall we say, scenario dependent. I don't want to go into the details of what that would look like, but does does that sound interesting? In other words,
It could be. I mean,
we have a mission. This is a problem that needs to be dealt with.
so to my knowledge, and we could be wrong, um, we have a ship that has repulsors, and that's it. Which
Mhm.
means the best that we can do is, I'm going to use the word Earth for convenience,
Mhm.
or Elderathian orbit, right? Because we need something to push off of. So, um, with the resources we have now, we can't go full Far Horizons.
Uh, there's a
Well,
Well,
frigate in
well,
orbit.
But I'm aware
well,
of that. that would, so we would have to take another step, and then we might be able to.
Check.
My concern with that idea is, okay, so we do a Far Horizons mission. We get that Nova cannon, we bring it back to Elderath, right? Right. I mean, this is a wild example, right? But
We
I mean,
find
it stands,
Alexander and we shoot him with it,
right?
just for poetic justice.
We go get tech, we bring it back, and that could really throw off a lot of things, just in terms of feeling, but also probably in like not like not us metagaming, but our characters metagaming, saying, "Oh my goodness, you know what would really solve this Elderath problem is this piece of technology that I know exists. Let's go get this piece of technology to make this easier," and creating a weird dynamic.
I mean,
Right.
it's kind of what we did with this ship. We already did it. We found a technology that wasn't on our plane, and now
Yeah,
it's changed everything we're doing.
yeah.
So
I mean, it changes the game as a whole.
yeah, so actually, I thought about that already, and the short answer is you came to Elderath with no technology.
Yeah,
So the comings and goings, as it were, will not be so different. Which is simply to say, um, yeah, you came here without a backpack. You would probably leave without a backpack, and you certainly would not come back with a backpack full of uh, game altering
sure.
toys.
Well, so that's a fair point, and it does depend on what that transition between this side and that side is.
Right,
Um,
right.
and if it is less of a our physical selves and this ship going, then I could see that working better in this like very narrow example.
Yeah, I've actually been waiting for Bruce to have something happen where we end up in Far Horizons, not remembering our Elderath characters.
Mhm.
Well, and
That
That
would
would
be
suck
funny.
for you because you've merged your characters together.
Hmm.
well, and I am hesitant to do that, um, and in part from the sentiments that have been expressed. Right, Raymond, I think, said it pretty eloquently. We're working on these characters, and if you know, we don't want to just abandon going on,
Mhm.
and I don't want to see that either. Um, but how to put this? Um, well, I've kind of hinted at it before. So, there's an enemy, um, and you've gotten a taste of what that enemy is, and kind of what I'm envisioning is um, thwarting that enemy in in both settings. So it'd be sort of like um, agents operating back and forth. I don't know if that's making sense.
I
It
think
does,
so.
and that does sound more appealing. The biggest hurdle therein to me being our characters in the Far Horizon setting all being from relatively disparate places at this point, since it wasn't the same cohesive group as when you played Far Horizons before. Um, and yes, we can MacGuffin things together, but um, that's just a little weirder when we're in very different parts of the universe.
Yeah, I mean that sort of takes us to the mission idea.
Hmm.
We're I see what you're saying. Um,
And ultimately, just a question of the story for those mission points handling that disparity. And I could see that being resolved easily enough.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is sort of future thinking. I'm just kind of wanted to put it out there to see what people were feeling, or what the trajectory of our campaign is.
Yeah.
And my big takeaway at the moment is let's stay where we are and deal with some of these issues.
Yeah, I don't think we're done with the Lorath stuff, and like I haven't forgotten about the whole like mesmer psionic stuff. It's just literally kind of all of the stuff has taken Runt away from it, right? And so I still want to explore what all that stuff means.
And I should add, I still have a Aegeus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if we left here, I would have unfinished business anyway.
Awesome. Okay. All right. Any other thoughts, comments?
How much time do we have to do training while we're waiting for all this stuff to finish with the ship?
Oh, I think it's a month. I think it's going to take them some time to go get a.
But we can use the whole month for training?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
Well, what is it? 2 weeks is going to be rolling off check marks. So you got 2 weeks of training time,
Okay.
right? Check marks are 2 weeks time.
Okay.
Okay.
All right,
Sounds
I've
good.
got to go.
Yeah, I mean you need downtime, and yeah, it's kind of arbitrary, I know. All
Hey,
right.
congrats on the Paladin hood stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that's a good start. I'm really excited.
Even if it is for the wrong team.
Oh, whatever. No, I've thought about look. To be honest, I've thought about it, and Raymond is right. There is a chance of there being a pinpoint where Hjalmar has to choose the Church of Sylvanas and Telgar versus the party. I don't know what's gonna happen there, so hopefully it doesn't happen. But if Hjalmar's awakened by that point, it's an entirely different situation. And I've
Yeah, but-
already talked to my dad about that, and I know how I think I'm going to try to do it.
Yeah, because that Sylvanus that Hjalmar's having a vision of is not the Sylvanus that's
Mm-hmm.
pictured
Being
here in
worshipped.
Telgar.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, there's lots of sticky parts to all this.
Yeah, so Hjalmar's interested to figure out what's going on, and when he wakes up, he'll be even more so.
Excited for it.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, hey, thanks, guys.
All right. So next Saturday.
Yep.
Bet.
Awesome.
All right. Have a good night, guys.
See you guys later.
Night.